Hey Jason, how are you?
Good. I'm sending Kat an invite. Hold on real quick. Sorry. Hey, Shylo. I don't see Kat yet, so how is everybody doing?
Good. I'm still on vacation. It's really nice right now.
That's good. Chance to relax, right?
Yeah, somewhat so. Just get my mind together before I have to go back to work. It's been an adventure.
Understandable. Understandable.
I'm doing
Shiloh,
good.
how are you doing, Shiloh? Shiloh, we'll give her a second. But Katz is there. Katz, how you doing, Katz?
Hi, I'm good. How is everyone?
We are good. Mars on vacation, so she's chilling and not having to, have let her mind have a rest. That's good, right?
Yeah, awesome. Good for you.
Absolutely.
Are you vacationing at home?
I went to Bellingham for 3 days and visited my daughter, and now I'm home. My son's 1 year was yesterday, and I just tried to get through that. And so, yeah, just at home, driving everybody nuts with politics today. So that's what I'm doing. It's keeping my mind busy. You got to do what you got to do to keep sane around here, right?
Yeah. Hi, Neo. Hi, Michael. Hello, Cecilia and Jeannie.
It's like weirdly quiet. I don't get it.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We're having audio issues with our co-host. I'm just kind of working with her. Sorry, guys. That's why we're you cats. If you can kind of check on how everybody's doing and how their week is going, while I work with Shiloh real quick. Shiloh, is your mic working?
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can hear
then
you.
I had just switch devices real quick.
I can hear you.
Good deal, good deal. Okay, I'm here.
You're
All
here.
right.
So that was what it was, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we have Shiloh as a special guest co-host and co-host. And are we live on TikTok, Shiloh?
No, TikTok will now not allow me to go live.
Why is that, I wonder?
I I probably pissed off the powers that be.
We'll work on that one. That's ridiculous, but they do that to you. But you can take
Frequently.
clips from this. You can take
Frequently.
clips from this and put it on TikTok, can't you?
Yes, yes, I can do that.
So we'll just work it. We'll work around the system. Awesome. I'm so glad you're here and we're gonna have fun and I know that you'll have that good topic at the in the overtime hour about that censorship stuff and because you've experienced it a lot being on a liberal platform doing conservative stuff and we'll definitely dive into that big time. But go ahead, Cats. Let's see how people are doing real quick. I'm gonna fix something on my phone.
No problem. Um, you know, that's something I just thought of a moment ago and now it went away. Oh my word. Oh, I was gonna ask how many people in here you can raise your hand are on Truth Social? Two?
Oh, there'll probably be more now, but you saw my tweet, didn't you, Kat?
Well, I know you're on there because I joined.
Well,
Um, I just haven't really
Well,
done much in there.
apparently, and that's what I'm going to talk about that in the opening in a few minutes, and we'll go into that a little more, Cats. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
Because I actually
Yeah.
had something to say about that for everybody to see, but everybody can be on True Social now, even if you have an Android phone. Although I think that my whole thinking is that as soon as Samsung said, "Yeah, we'll put True Social in our Galaxy Store," Google was in trouble because Samsung is a heavy amount of users in Android, including myself, and I will not download it from the Google Store because of what they did. I'll just keep it on my Samsung. As soon as Samsung did that, Google was in trouble with their communist little idea of shutting everybody down because they now were losing people because a lot of people have Samsung. So that's where I was going with that, Cat. We'll talk more about it.
Hey Jason, what's going on? How we doing?
Good. Let's you ready for a couple weeks doing the topic and stuff?
Couple
The
weeks? You mean
or
for?
to
Oh
talk
wait,
about.
are we? We're doing the thing before the election. Yeah, I'm good on that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was in a space
awesome.
previously talking about it with I don't know if you know Wisconsin Neanderthal, but he holds spaces once a week, and I just give him my insights. He gives insights in Wisconsin and such. So
Nice. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a blast. I might have my friend who is a former Democrat. He seriously, I mean, hardcore Democrat. When I met him 3 years ago, you've seen him in this space before,
yeah.
and over the last few years, he has turned and he has now joined the Republican Party, and he probably is going to be one of our co-hosts that night.
Wait, on which night? The one that we're
the
previewing, or
election
the
night.
one? Oh,
You're gonna
election
be
night.
our Republican co-host,
Okay. I
and
just need to
then
make sure that I know what I'm doing because
yeah.
I need to stick to like either governors or Senate. Like I can't go back and forth. That's just gonna be
Well,
too overwhelming for me.
we'll work that out with Traz, you, and whoever else we have. So when we get to that, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
got a
I get
couple
you. I
weeks.
was just making sure that everything was good with you.
Yeah, we'll get it. You and I'll sit down and talk about it because you're one of the main co-hosts that night. But yeah, no, it sounds like everybody's doing good then.
Yeah.
Did,
Hey, Cats. Hey, Shylo. How you doing?
Hi, Let's. Hi, Dr. G.
Hey, y'all, doing well.
hey, Neo, we missed you, buddy. Good to see you down there, man.
Yeah, Neo.
Is that the same Neo? That's a different Neo, I
I think
think.
that's a different picture. No.
No, it's the same
Yeah.
Neil. It's Neo.
Okay. I'm just checking.
It's
I was like,
the Neo that we
I love
know
your
and
Vanilla
love,
Ice
right?
picture, by the way, Nikki.
yes, it's the Neo we love. What was that, Let's?
I was just gonna say I liked Vanilla Ice's. I like Nikki's Vanilla Ice picture.
Hi, Nikki.
It's a Let's Go Brandon t-shirt. You know it's me.
Good one.
We love you, Neo. We love you, buddy. All right. Well, welcome everybody to the Conservative Political Forum. Tonight we are graced with a good friend of mine, strong conservative. I've been talking with her on Twitter for a while, and we talked about her being a co-host sometimes, and she can put our stuff on TikTok if she wants. Big time. Her TikTok's growing, but in the overtime hour, she's going to talk a lot about what's been going on with it because of what's happening. But Shylo, welcome to the Conservative Political Forum. If you just want to say a little bit about yourself before we get on to the opening topic, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shylo. I am 44 years old, and I live in Eastern Washington. I started out on TikTok about 2 years ago and grew my following to 19.1 thousand followers. And then I pissed off the powers that be. So I'm excited for tonight and really looking forward to talking with everyone.
We're glad you're here. Thank you for your quick intro and everything. Yeah, I'm. We have sometimes we have Democratic co-hosts sometimes on here and everything, but the foundation of this forum, I just still want to make sure that We have a strong conservative co-host once in a while. We have Garrison sometimes, but he's going to be taking a break. And so, we're going to be switching, continuing to stay steady in what we're doing. That's important to me. Next week, we have, and I'd love you all to be here, somebody that ran for office in Florida. Since we're getting close to the elections, I have a special guest next week going to talk about, running for office and all that kind of stuff. So she's going to be here. She lives in Miami, and she's going to be here. I'm looking forward to letting her talk about that, and since we're so close to elections and stuff. So that's our special guest next week. And then at the end of this month, we're going to do I have Traz and Let's going to be our special guests with Katz and I. Traz will be on a speaker. Let's will be as a co-host, and we're going to talk about all things elections, basically, coming up, and kind of just go over everything and kind of just Let's will run away with what's going on there, since he's the forum's election expert. I love what Let's has to say. So, and by the way, Let's, thank you for being a part of our forum. We really, really appreciate you, bro.
You're welcome. Happy to help.
We love having it. We like having it. We all work together and everything. So, that being said, let's talk a little bit. I had a different opening topic, but Kat's actually brought something that I've been thinking about a lot just in the last couple hours, because today, about when I get home from work on Wednesdays, I shut down everything. I don't work out on Wednesdays. I don't do anything but come home and study for the forum. Yes, I do. I spend 2 or 3 hours on topics and stuff for this forum. It's very important to me that I'm ready and that I don't come unprepared. And so when I looked, I saw that Google had approved, when I was reading news, of Truth Social. My immediate thought was, that means that what I told you guys just a few minutes ago, they did this out of desperation because Samsung approved Truth Social a week and a half ago, and Google was going to lose people anyways. So, they probably won't say anything to it, but of course they won't say anything. They're communist, but quietly they've approved Truth Social. So they had a grip hold on Android phones because Samsung hadn't approved it. But as soon as Samsung approved, they were losing their foothold. And it's like the volleyball. You can't suppress things. It's like Dan Bongino says with the volleyball. You can keep it underwater for a while, but it's going to come out. It's going to, explode. And so it's like a parallel economy, in my opinion. And as soon as you start getting holes in it, it's not going to work. And so, Katz, did you have something with that True Social now that we're in our opening topic that you wanted to bring up? I just wanted to wait.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I mean, I was
Go
just
for it.
curious. I don't know why it just popped in my head, and I was curious how many people were on it, because we really haven't talked about it. And you told me that I could get it on Samsung, so I went and downloaded it, and I found people I knew, and followed a lot of people that I know of on here on Twitter. But I really honestly haven't done much of anything. I haven't done any posts, anything of that nature at this point. So that's kind of all I had to say about that. I was just curious who was a user and if they were actively using it, and kind of what their thoughts were about it.
Yeah. So, Mark, go ahead.
I downloaded it. I have no idea what it's about or how to use it. I'm kind of rebelling against it too because they banned it from Samsung or Android users. So for me, I'm kind of have a sour taste in my mouth about it. So I'm kind of not navigating to it just for that very reason. But even if I did, I have no idea how to use it or what's going on over there.
Do you need help with? I mean, I don't know how I can help specifically, but I have Truth Social. I haven't used it in a few months, but I do know how to navigate around it. I go in there from time to time whenever I'm checking any of Trump's truths. But
That's what I got it for. And Let's, I didn't know you were on Truth, but I'm actually going to be double posting on there and here.
I
Um,
used to do that, but I just stopped because I have like 4 times more followers on here than I do on
well,
there.
let's let me follow. Let's follow each other on there because
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I want to grow that, and Mar too, and everybody that gets Truth. My thought process is not that I think Twitter's going to be bought by Elon now and Twitter's going to be freer, but I still want to have a second platform to post stuff and everything. So I'll double post. I'm not using Getter. I started using Getter for a while when it first came out, and it is I even on Truth, it's not a dead zone for me. I've started like I follow some of the big people and I'll comment on some things, and then people start liking what you're saying, and so that's how it works usually, and then
Use
they'll follow
hashtags.
you or yeah, and so it works good. But obviously I'm not going to give up Twitter. This You guys are most important to me. Become this space has become important to me. It's so much fun. I really enjoy hosting a space where you guys have something to look forward to every week, where you guys can vent about the things that you've been hearing all week too. I mean, that's what this is really about. So, and then I get, we got regulars like Let's Talk. I mean, dude, I'm so glad Let's is a part of our team. He's important to us. Cat's very, very valuable to this team, very much. She has done a lot to help this team. Katz, can you try sending Shylo a co-host invite again? She might be having internet connection issues. Um,
Sure.
but yeah, we'll get you back up here, Shylo. I understand that stuff happens, and with it, let's see. Yeah, so I get completely. For me, having True Social, so we can talk about you know talk about things with other people. I know people that have permanently been banned from Twitter that I'm able to find on True Social, and I think that's cool. Although they're probably not on it as much as they were on Twitter. So, um,
There is an
but I feel
account
like
here on Twitter. There is an account here
well,
on Twitter that has Trump's truths on here if you want to look at those.
I heard that got banned, didn't it?
It did? Oh.
Yeah. I basically got truth so I could see what Trump was saying too, especially when he runs for president in 2024, and to counter, I could understand why he would never come back to Twitter even if Elon takes it back. Here's the thing. Now he can post anything he wants and it will never be banned because it's his own site. That's fine to me. That's called free speech. And so back to what Katz was saying. Mar, you got Twitter, you got Truth Social. We can all work together on that one, but we'll never leave. Katz and I are never leaving Twitter. We're not leaving this space. You guys are important to us. I don't think you guys want to leave Twitter either. I feel like we have good communication with you all here. But back to Kat's original question because I liked it. Who else plans to get Truth Social and use it? Who has one that never uses it, like Let's Talk? And Mar, just because Mar was learning how to use it, so that's the only reason why she didn't have it. Anybody else?
I've
I
got
don't have
Truth
Truth
Social.
Social. Oh, sorry.
Is it on Samsung?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what the thing that happened was last week on Wednesday. My friend texted me and said Truth is on the Samsung Galaxy store. I'm like, oh snap! So what happened was uh, Samsung Galaxy approved Truth Social. So if you have an Android phone but you have a Samsung, you could go to their Galaxy store and download it. As soon as that happened, that basically started putting cracks in Google's plans to censor people who have Android phones, because now people could get a Samsung and get Truth Social without having to switch to an iPhone if they're not an iPhone user. So yeah, it was like cracks. It was like that's what started. And so today Google said, "Oh, we're approving it." They didn't say why. They didn't say, "Oh, well, they've followed our plans for censorship." I believe it happened. It's because Samsung approved it. And if you have an LG, it isn't. Does anybody have an LG in this room? An LG phone?
But it's on Android for sure, though, right? Or is it just
Yeah.
Samsung?
Well, I have an Android. I have True Social, but I got it last week as soon as Samsung
Well, my
Galaxy
friend would
Store
be
approved it.
happy.
Yeah, but now Google has approved it, and they did it because they were going to start losing money, I think. It's a money thing. Jeannie, go ahead.
I don't have True Social. I'm not getting it. I'm not a big Donald Trump fan, and I don't. I spend enough time on Twitter.
I understand that. You know, I think that's what the free speech is about. You should have the right to choose if you want to get it or not, and not have somebody telling you you can't have it. You know what I mean, Jeannie? So you're totally 100% correct. Um, I just wanted it because I'm a geek and I want everything I want to get. And sometimes when you can't get it, it's like, what the heck, man? Like, you said I could have this and now I can't, you know? But yeah, I'm not leaving Twitter, and I'm not leaving you guys and this space. So, um, Neo,
I do plan on getting it soon. I have an iPhone. I probably could have got it sooner. The reason I want to do it, and Jeannie, I respect her opinion on that, is that I'm old enough to remember that this is how it all began with me becoming a Trump supporter, is because I recognized how much the media took his words and twisted them against him. So if he's on True Social and posting things, I can only imagine what the media is going to do to twist his words and put it on the mainstream media. And that's what got me into Twitter, because I started following him and actually started seeing how much the media was twisting his word. So I want to make sure I follow whatever he says, just for the simple fact that I don't want to watch the media twist his words. I want to make my own opinion of what he has to say. That's all I'm saying. So
and and
that's why I'm going to do it.
and Neo. The thing about him having Neo, this is directed towards you. A question. The thing about him having truth is nothing can be uh, nothing can be twisted for what he says when he posts it on Truth, right?
Well,
So,
no, it can. No, they did it to him on Twitter. So I'm saying that if they did it on Twitter, where they can just take a bit and a piece of what he said, they can do whatever he posts on Truth and take that bit and piece of what he said in a paragraph and do what they did. Because that's exactly what they did on Twitter. They would just
but
take
they
little.
can't. The thing is, the actual statement he made will always be on Truth, so somebody can go and actually look at the actual statement, even though the media will twist it. You know, that's what I was saying.
Oh, no,
Like,
no, I agree with you. I agree with you
yeah,
100%. But how
yeah.
many Americans went to Twitter and followed Donald Trump? They didn't. They believed what Don Lemon said and Rachel Maddow said that he said on Twitter, not watching what he actually said. That's my point.
Well, and that's another problem: censorship and the media trolls and the fake news.
Absolutely. Because you follow me, I follow you, and I say some weird shit on Twitter sometimes. If you took a couple of bits of what I say, I'd come off as the most racist, this, that, and then you could call me every name in the book. So that's my point. It's you just take little bits of what I say, and that's exactly what they did to Trump. So that's why I will get on there and I will follow, and I will follow you and Katz and Mar.
And me, right?
I did say you. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Sorry. I know I got you. Anyways, okay. Cats and then let's.
So I'm on there with the same username or handle or whatever you want to call it as I am here. So that'll make it easier for you to find me. And Mara, I just wanted to tell you that from what I've seen, now granted, I haven't posted anything or, whatever they call it over there, but honestly, it looks to me like they copied Twitter. Like the buttons seem like they're the same, they just have a slightly different appearance. So to me, for what I was doing, it seemed really easy to use. I don't think you're going to have any problem using it. So I just want to tell you that.
Let's talk. Thank you, Cats. Let's talk.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Neo to an extent. I mean, with Neo, because mainly you look at True Social, and many people critique it in many ways. And I mean, I look at it as a way for us to be able, for conservatives to communicate better, not in fear of censorship and stuff like that. I haven't used it that much in the last few months, but I still go on there from time to time to, see Trump's truths. And I mean, it kind of goes back to like when I was like 14 years old in 2016 during the 2016 election, and both my parents being conservatives. I honestly believe even if Trump had been the nominee, because even though I liked Trump when he first announced in 2015, I didn't know if he was going to win or not. I personally believe if I did not have conservative parents, probably would have ended up a liberal most likely. I'm a Gen Zer. I'm young. The news can manipulate people like me, especially at a young age. But I was able to bypass all that. I mean, they put Trump through the grinder on a daily basis, and over his presidency, I just respected him more and more because, I mean, really to be put through the grinder that much on a daily basis takes guts. I mean, seriously, it just made me feel like that sometimes taking up the presidency is like a sacrifice almost. You got to give up, what you feel like is a loss of sometimes integrity that you may have held, and you make very difficult decisions for what you feel is the better, for the country. And people will always critique you for it. They'll run you through the grinder. It's not just to Trump. They did it to H.W. Bush. They did it to Reagan. But I never really, I mean, I wasn't alive then, but in my lifetime, they really gave Trump like a hard run for his money with how hard they bashed him. So that's just my critique on the whole thing. And Truth Social, I mean, people criticize it for being an echo chamber. And I do wish that they're, like how on Twitter we can, talk with Republicans and Democrats and independents. I like that we get to have that communication between party lines. But on Truth Social, it's not as much like that. But still, I do like hearing from what Trump does say. And, other conservatives, Carrie Lake's on there. Even Gavin Newsom's on there. I mean, I don't follow him, but I mean, I guess it helps people with the argument that it's not as much of an echo chamber as it is. But that's just my
Well,
take.
and I'm finding Let's that there's actually trolls on Truth. I had somebody troll something I said the other day, and I'm like, oh, so there are trolls over here. So, but real quick, Let's, and then we're up on time here, so I'm gonna let Mar and then Jordan speak, and
Oh,
then
I
we're
was
gonna go
done.
to
I was done.
no. I have a quick question for you, Let's.
Oh, okay.
Real quick. If I call Kamala Harris a hoe like I did on Twitter, where I got banned for 12 hours, am I going to get banned on Truth, you think?
Uh, yeah, that's a good question. I didn't know that. I honestly avoid from using I mean, I do use profanity sometimes on my tweets, but it's only I don't call people like stuff like that. That's just me. I mean, I
Right.
just wouldn't do it, man, just in case.
Yeah. I I only say it because that's what got me 12-hour bans on Twitter. And I don't think calling somebody a hoe is, especially somebody at that high up who's going to get criticized by everything, is a reason to ban somebody. But that's just my opinion. And I will leave it right there. Twitter, don't ban this. I'm moving on from calling anybody those names. So I'm not going to text it. So anyways, back to Mar. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not beyond saying that to her. I can't stand that woman. She makes me mad. But to capitalize on what Let's was saying, about how Trump was railroaded 24/7, um, that is exactly why I started gravitating towards him, because I didn't like the man at first, and I was a Democrat prior to 2016. And once that started happening, that kind of opened my eyes to a lot of things. And then when the 2020 lockdowns happened, and then I started following the news like um, every day and all his updates, and I started listening to every word he said, and I was like, wow, that's not exactly what he said after all. And it's nice that he has this social media to where his words can be put out there and not taken down, and people can read what he said. And Neo is right, because they can take pieces and say whatever they want. They did it for 4 years. They took little snippets and created their own little narrative, and people fell for it. But it's nice to where now with his control that you could actually go there, see what he said, and get more informed on not only his point of views, but what's actually really going on. And so I think that it helps us a lot more.
Thank you, Mar. Appreciate those comments. Jordan, welcome to the Conservative Political Forum. You're the last word on this, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I was just going to say I didn't even realize that it was available for download, and so I'm like, yeah, why not? See what's happening there. I don't understand why you wouldn't necessarily try and take in as many different forms of like communication and things like that. You know, like if you have an area where you can pull information, you know, that's semi-public or public, whatever, you know, why not? Like I'm not a fan of Trump. I don't think he's like the devil or nothing, because that whole narrative, I bought into it, mind you, because I was a hardcore
Yeah, I
leftist for
know.
a hot
I
minute.
know.
But at the same time, I do still think that some of his uh, just general tendencies and his abrasiveness is it's detrimental, because it makes him an easy target. So like, you know, in my mind, and I said this to you, Jason, I'm like, yeah, no, like more of a Gavin Newsom type, you know, I mean, excuse me, uh, Ron DeSantis type. You said Gavin Newsom earlier, and I just mimicked it. My bad. Didn't mean that. Ron DeSantis type of, you know, candidate would make more sense to me, because it's harder to, you know, attack him, because he's not so quick to, you know, to come back, you know, and then put. I wouldn't mind if Trump's in some sort of political office, but I almost think that's not going to happen. Um, but we'll see, and it's at least we can kind of, you know, see what he has to say and what he's thinking, because he does just blurt it all out when he has a platform to do so. So that's kind of nice. So, but yeah, that's about it.
Well, thank you, Jordan. And you know, I'll share with you later. I'm coming up on Kat's thing, so I'm going to stop right there and not go on about talk more about you, Jordan, yet. But I will be talking more about you later in the show tonight. um, so, anyways, thank you all for participating in the opening topic. It's very interesting how that is going down, and I'm so glad you guys are here. Once again, I'm so glad Shylo is here, our TikTok person, and she's got a lot of good conservative views and everything. And she's got a great topic in the overtime hour tonight. But before Katz takes over, I just want to go over some quick guidelines for the forum. As freedom thinkers here in the Conservative Political Forum, we believe in and value our constitutional rights. We recognize that even amongst ourselves there are varied opinions. This forum is a safe place for all. We don't tolerate personal attacks or raised voices. So if you don't like something somebody's saying, please don't attack them with, you know, hey, you mother, blah, 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 blah. You know, just kind of let it be, because some people say things and they're stupid, and we just move on from it. You know what I mean? We all have things we say that are kind of not always perfect. So we do ask that you are considerate of persons who do not want to hear profanity. I really want to respect that of people. I'm the one that gets the messages that, hey, people are cussing a lot. I really don't want to hear that, but I want to listen to your forum. And so out of respect for them, please try to keep that down. Please be self-aware of your mic times. We want to ensure that everyone can contribute to whatever topics that we are doing. So I'm just excited that you guys are here tonight. And Katz, take it away.
All right. Thanks so much, Jason. So my segment is called Reducation. So I'm going to tell you what that means for those who are not familiar. It's our weekly segment. It's designed to provide education via point, counterpoint with each other on topics that are important to many Americans. And sometimes these topics can be emotionally charged. All forum guidelines are in place for this segment, which is what Jason just covered. We expect speakers to remain civil. If you have a mic, you'll have a chance to respond. Raise your hand, I'll call on you. And it is a short segment, it's only 30 minutes. So keep your answers concise, 2 minutes, 3 minutes at the most. And so I'm going to pull up some data that I pulled to talk about the segment. Now, we have point counterpoint. So I'm not sure if there's anyone in here at the moment who might have a counterpoint, but you might, and that's fine. So my topic is equity, not equality. And I'm sure that you all know what equity is, that everybody begins and ends at the same place. Um, I have not found any examples of equity really working or being effective and having good outcomes. I'm going to give some real life examples of equity not working. So I guess my thoughts were in the forum that if there were someone with opposite beliefs, maybe they would give some examples of when they thought equity did work. But if we don't have someone with that thought process, you're certainly welcome to give other examples that you feel it didn't work or just your thoughts on it in general. So here's some examples. District 65 school in Illinois violates civil rights, citing equity. They teach that you should be less white and less racially oppressive. And they say that whites are inherently racist and that treating people equally helps racism. In Oregon, there was a Senate Bill 744 signed into law in July 2021 that removes requirements for students graduating from high school that prior to this law, they would have to demonstrate before graduating that they could read, write, and do math at high school level. So now they don't because of equity. Rhode Island and many other school districts nationwide have removed honors level classes to promote equity. So no more gifted student or advanced classes because we've all got to be on the same uh, playing ground. Washington state schools are basing punishments on race. White students will be punished more harshly for the same offense as a Black or a Latino student. Hiring decisions consider race, not the best person based on qualifications. Imagine something serious like you need brain surgery and the surgeon was chosen based on equity and is really not the best person to be doing that. That's what equity gives us. Equity gives us somebody like our favorite Kamala Harris. There is a COVID relief package for Black and minority farmers that promised that it would give loan paybacks of 120%, which is crazy. So that means the government, in other words, your tax dollars, we're going to pay off their certain types of farmers loans, but also give them another 20% on top of it. Thankfully, this has been halted due to lawsuits claiming its unconstitutionality. Then we have CRT training, which is supposed to bring about equity, teaching that these are undesirable attributes of white persons: independence, self reliance, objectiveness, rational thinking, hard work, meeting goals, respecting authority, being a Christian, being polite. Oh, I can't read my own writing. Oh, protecting property. And that came from a Smithsonian Institute training document. I've seen others very similar with, attributes that we feel this is what a good worker is like, and telling you not to be that way. Don't be on time, for example. And I just find that absolutely crazy. So, all right, we've got a hand. And Neo, what are your thoughts on that?
I hate this topic because I can never win it. There's no way I could win it or even try to win it because, I'm old enough to remember about affirmative action and stuff like that. I was a state worker, I'm a government worker now, and there's certain amount of things like certain amount of people of whatever, I can't even say that, whatever that may be, you can fill it out in your head. And what you said, you're not maybe possibly getting the most qualified person for that job. And but you have to have a certain quota, let's say. And if you don't, then you're oppressing those other ethnicities and stuff. Like, what's ironic is I had harassment training today, and there's a lot of this stuff came up. It's interesting. So and it's so different how we're being trained to think about harassment training, whether it be sexual, quid pro quo, you name it. So it's an interesting topic, but I find it interesting that as a white male, I can't really have a big opinion on this. I do have thoughts. I just shared them with you. I could talk about it for days, and I won't. But it's so interesting how it's just the rules are never balanced, and I think that's kind of interesting. That's all. I'm not, and again, it's not. It's so hard to like talk to the subject because as a white male, I can't say anything to it because if I do, I'm a freaking racist, man.
Yeah, that's the problem, Neo. You got to be less white.
I'm
Um,
working on it. Hey, man, I went to San Diego. I was tanning. I was trying.
Stop having goals, for gosh sakes. Mar, what you got, Mar?
Okay, how am I going to approach this? Okay, so
Wait,
I
wait, wait,
think
wait, no, wait, Mar, stop it. I get interrupt her. I can break the rules. She's Mexican Hawaiian, so she can say whatever she wants. So whatever, Mar.
yes, I can. So, but what they're trying to teach our children is to not learn how to excel. And to me, that's wrong. You should strive to be the best you can be and teach your children how to be the best they can be. And that's not equality. That's not equity. That's basically you're depriving your children from the best life has to offer when you're asking them to lower their standards to accommodate another student who might not reach that ability, which is wrong. I do believe there should be equal schooling for everybody, and in the sense that you should put the children should be in classes where they're best able to learn. And if you're depriving kids that excel an education that they're entitled to by asking them to lower their standards, that's the first thing I have to say. The second thing I have to say is that it needs to be based on who can do the best job. That's not equality either, and it's not equity. It's not. There is no equity in the workforce. I'm sorry. I mean, there is equal opportunity and blah blah blah, and everybody should be treated the same in the sense of we're people and we should be treated like people. But if I work in the engineering department, okay, and I am a person of color, I cannot go say, hey, I want to get paid what the engineers are getting paid because I'm in engineering, but I can't fix an HVAC system, right? So that's unreasonable for me to have those expectations, and that's exactly what they're doing. They want us to have untrained, skilled people put in positions that they're not educated or trained for, and we're supposed to accept that. That's not the way it works. You are supposed to be hired for the skills that you're capable of doing, and we need to stop overlooking that and pandering. And that's basically what it is. It's pandering to a group of people who don't want to put the effort or energy into not only bettering themselves but educating themselves further to go get those higher jobs. And now they're asking us who have educated ourselves to lower our standards to accommodate them, and I don't understand that. So, and I probably just ranted, so thanks.
Thank you, Mar. I really loved what you said about education because these things that they're doing are making it worse for the kids. So not only was it worsened and dumbed down with schools being closed and Zoom classes and all this garbage and the focus on LGBTQ and inappropriate propaganda garbage. So now they want to dumb down everything, and it's having the reverse effect. You should want the children to excel. They should be encouraged to excel, not encouraged to be mediocre, which I feel like is what that's doing. Kelly, what's your thoughts?
My thoughts come from the parent of a special needs kid. And I noticed when the No Child Left Behind Act went into enforce, that instead of doing things to help these kids learn better, they dumbed everything down for everybody. And so, in my opinion, the No Child Left Behind is the beginning of where this became an issue. As you know, I have tried to, and I've told my son this because he's now an adult, sort of. But you have, and I liked the comment about, you can't get paid for something you can't do. So if you want to do something, you're going to have to work for it. And, there's going to be brain surgeons and there's going to be janitors, and that's just the way it is. My son will never be a brain surgeon. He wants to be a computer animator now. That changed this week. But I keep trying to get him to understand you have to go to college for that, and you can't pass a college entrance exam. But at the rate they're going to let everybody in, and if you're not prepared for that, you still won't learn anything. And to me, that further disenfranchises the very people that they say they're trying to create equality for. So, that's just kind of how I feel about it.
Yes, and as the mother of a special needs student, you understand from that perspective, and you just want him to be the best him he can be, and you do what you can to help him make that happen. But in the end, he has to make it happen, and it's too bad when we get shorted by people in charge who are supposed to be helping make that happen. I think Nia was next, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead.
Kelly, thanks for your remarks. In a way, I'm kind of saying the same thing she is in the same way. The analogy is just a simple sports analogy. Hey, I'd love to play for the Seattle Seahawks, but let's be honest, I'm just not athletic enough. So again, it just goes on that point to piggyback a little bit on what Kelly's saying is that, hey, there's you got to kind of pick your lane. You know what I mean? So if I wasn't the starting quarterback, it's just because there was somebody better for me, and it had nothing to do with equality or equity or whatever. It just had to do with we want the best person to win the football game. So that's my sports analogy.
All right, Neo, thanks. Don't forget, stop making goals. Let's talk.
So, when it talks about, like, especially with what I'm hearing with the No Child Left Behind Act, when it came to myself being on the autism spectrum, the fact of the matter that the No Child Left Behind Act, which was...
Is it just me, or is his mic breaking up over and over again?
Yes, I'm getting that too.
Is it good
All
now?
right, let's have your mic fixed. I don't know what's going on with your net, bro, but then come back to let's in a second or whatever. Yeah, it's better.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying about when it centers around education with the No Child Left Behind Act. Myself having being on the autism spectrum ever so slightly. With education, my parents believed, especially with the No Child Left Behind Act, which was signed into law about a year before I was born. But my mom always had the massive critique that the law did not go through with what it said what it was supposed to do. She felt like the law or the bill itself did not help kids like me. And I mean, as I got older, I didn't need it. But when I was a younger kid, it was difficult for me to do certain things. And I feel like with kids that have certain learning disabilities, or if they have a certain time, they have trouble learning with a certain curriculum or topic, or especially anything that goes on with their, disability in general, that they feel as though they're being left behind. And it's kind of ironic, as the law says, no child left behind. But my mom always really believed that the law did not do enough, and there was really a lot of flaws within the bill, which is why it ended up being repealed back in 2015 due to that issue. I personally believe that, like, education may not be like everybody's first issue, but I think it's very important because education is the backbone to everybody, learning, and especially, learning the ins and the outs of especially what they're going to do as a job, possibly what they, have thoughts about, or they sort of just really what their future is going to be like. And it's very important that education stays as a backbone. And we, I'm just going to say, sorry if I'm like, I'm just trying to get my thoughts across, because um, basically the No Child Left Behind Act had its flaws. And I recognize that. I've looked through the bill itself, and there's definitely a lot of flaws. Our education system, especially with critical race theory, I do not support critical race theory. I was lucky that my high school did not have critical race theory. I honestly thought that by the time that I left, they had enacted it into the curriculum, but they had not. Um, the good news is my brother's high school does not have critical race theory. I don't think it's in the state of Massachusetts, or at least in my area, it's not. But from what I've seen, education, especially I've heard it being, said a lot by Republican gubernatorial candidate Ashley Kalus, who in yesterday's debate talked a lot about fixing Rhode Island schools, and how some of the schools, and especially with the curriculum, were not that good, and how people drop out in Rhode Island. They don't feel the incentive to want to graduate from college, or even in high school. The dropout, especially in the Providence area, is terrible, and it really is sad to see. And the education system in certain states definitely needs to be fixed. And these kids are, sometimes from troubled homes. They can resort to crime. They have very troubled families. And really, education is really one of the main cornerstones of helping these people get the help that they need, and helping them being able to, figure out what exactly they want to do with their life. So
Absolutely.
I really do think that people underrate education, because as much as you may not like it, it really does help your structure as a person and what you want to lead.
Thank you, Let's. Jeannie, you had your hand up, but now it's not up. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah. I noticed I've been staying with my daughter, and um I listened to my granddaughters talk about school and stuff, and it's like these schools are just garbage. There's fighting in the classroom in a middle school. I mean, what's that all about? They don't do anything to prevent that kind of horrible behavior. They bring kids up through the years that uh, where they don't even know the basic skills yet. I just don't get that. I mean, if you can't pass, you should stay behind until you get the concept. When did they get rid of that? I don't know. Does anybody else know?
What was it? Sorry.
If you can't pass, what the minimum amount for your grade, they don't. They just pass you through because they don't care.
It's hard to say when that started. I mean, my older brother, his first wife, shouldn't have graduated from high school, and this was many years ago, and they just passed her through. I don't know why. That's so bizarre.
Did you want the score? Because I think I looked up a score, and this was about 60%.
Sure.
I don't know if I have when it was enacted or when it became a standard, but I do have a reasonable estimate of a score.
All I know is my son, who had learning disabilities, uh, I told him, "You're going to graduate high school. I don't care how long it takes." And he didn't graduate high school until he was 20. And I was fine with that, because having a well rounded education, no matter what you're going to do next, is so important. To be able to read, write, have common knowledge, being able to do, the basics and everything is so important.
Absolutely. So we're kind of getting down on time. Um, and I have three hands, so we'll go through those three hands and see where we are, but keep in mind your mic time, and also keep in mind, equity is the topic rather than the problems with education as a whole, even though that is a good topic and it is dear to a lot of us, I can tell. Jordan, what are your thoughts?
Well, speaking to the concept of equity, like I feel like there's a lot of grand ideas that if we didn't live in the world we lived in, might could be enacted in some sort of a way that would benefit everyone, but it's just fantasy. Like it's fantasy. It doesn't do anything but promote the exact opposite of what you're looking for. All the things they're doing. Although, I mean, outside of agenda, if that's calculated or not, which I'm on the fence about, to be perfectly honest, because it really does seem like they're doing everything to degrade society in every way, shape, and form. Make everyone dumber, make everyone more volatile, make everyone more politicized. In negative ways. Like it just really seems like there's a lot of BS in work that's meant to screw with us, and I think this is just another one of those things. But anyways, that's all I got.
And don't forget divisiveness. I really feel like this adds to the divisiveness. I mean, think of those students who can no longer take their honors classes. How must they feel? Michael, you had your hand up, but I don't see it up. Did you have something you wanted to share? Michael?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just wanting to talk about education, but I thought it would be best to talk about it another time.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Mara?
Okay, so I honestly believe, like, in terms of equity, I believe, and education is tied into it. I think if they stop teaching the children what they need to learn, like the fundamentals of history, economics, politics, arithmetic, even how to learn how to
It's
read
for
and write.
equity. How could you
Pardon?
hear that loud? No.
Even in the terms of learning how to read and write in cursive, I believe they are literally dumbing down our future generations to where they don't understand or can fight back with other political things that are coming on. I kind of do believe it is political to keep certain people down to where they're not wise enough to understand what's going on around them. And I believe it starts with the kids. And I believe that's why they're going after the kids, to keep them undereducated and uninformed about what's really going on in terms of how to understand what they're seeing or what their rights or what their history of their whole United States is. So I believe if they cut that off, they won't be capable of becoming a problem in the future. And I honestly believe that's what it is. It's dumbing us down to where we don't have a say, or the children don't have a say or an understanding of what's going on in the future.
Yeah, it's just all really sad. It's so wasteful, and but you know what? It's almost like once again it's all about money because the whole DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, has become a $1 billion industry. So it's all looking like it's about money again. Hey, Jason, did you have any thoughts about equity you wanted to share?
I think it's stupid just to go through that. I think that people are hiring on based on that instead of the best people for the job, and that drives me nuts. But no, Nikki, we're moving on to headlines. I know he wants to answer on this one. You have to wait for the next one.
Can I say one
really
thing
quick
very
though.
quickly?
Okay.
I had to spend the last hour debugging my uncle's laptop, so that's why I wasn't on.
Okay.
That's why I dropped off so quickly, as he called me. I just wanted to say, I think that equities are great. They're certainly, better than debt. And if companies are going to try to issue shares, they should definitely do it as equity and not debt. I assume that's what you were talking about. So.
Yes,
No.
that's exactly what we're talking about right there. That's perfect. All right. So, real quick, Michael, can you bring up your point about education? I want to hear it, my brother, and then we'll move on.
Um, yeah, I actually am alum. Alum of a private school that was catered to special. I'm sorry. Uh, Learning disabilities, and so I totally can relate to the that part with having learning disabilities that can kind of be a hindrance for some learning, and also, but the thing is, uh, when I came back and did some transitional schooling before going out into the society, I realized how unfair and almost lopsided how people treat some of the students. It seems like they're trying to hold them down, and also with what I don't know if everybody does. Anybody remember the Wassel test back in the day?
Yeah, I don't remember much about it. I remember that people took it. I don't know if I took it. I don't remember that part.
Yeah, well, I didn't take it, but because I graduated from a different whatever it's called, different setup. But I recognize the Wassel was for me. It kind of seemed like it was just like a dumbed down version of um aptitude score, aptitude test or something. I might be wrong, but uh, anyway, that's my take, and I just want to say I'm thankful for the school I was at that was uh, helpful for the style of learning or teaching for my setup with my schooling. So, and I won't get into the whole history about that because it's kind of uh, really tangled. So I'll leave that out. And thank you, Jason, for giving me the mic.
Yeah, no problem. And check out Michael's books. He has written one, and he's written two books. If you guys haven't had it, if you like book reading and you're a bookworm, you can go to his page, his Twitter page, and he's got it there where you can go check out his books are on Amazon. So, and he's got a third one coming out next year, and we'll be having him talk about it when it comes out. We're gonna promote it and stuff. Um, I don't know, Shylo, if you want to promote it on TikTok, that's up to you. But it'd be cool. He's writing books, so I like to support our friends that are doing good things. So real quick, Cats, go ahead and go over the guidelines. I'll go into headlines. Shylo, while I'm doing headlines, will you check count on people's whose hands are raised, and then we can just call on the people that are raising their hands because I won't be looking at this screen while I'm reading headlines.
All right, Jason, thanks so much. Hey everyone, thank you for your contributions to our discussion about equity. And I will go into the guidelines. As freedom thinkers in the Conservative Political Forum, we believe in and value our constitutional rights. We also recognize that even amongst ourselves, we're going to have varied opinions. This forum is a safe place for everyone. We don't tolerate personal attacks, and we do not allow raised voices. We ask that you are considered a person who prefer not to hear profanity. Think of it as a PG environment. It's being recorded, of course, and some folks may listen to it later within earshot of children. Please be self-aware of your mic time. We want to make sure that everyone who wants to contribute to a particular topic is able to. And Jason, take it away.
Nikki, you raised your hand. What for? I'm skeptical. Nikki,
I was just getting in early, so you know.
you're just raising it to answer to whatever I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Should we play it like trivia and make you wait until the last because you raised it before I even started?
Absolutely not. I think, considering I missed the first hour, I figured I should take
Okay.
the initiative to.
All right. All right, here we go with headlines. Shylo, check you check hands. You'll be the order hands person, okay? Oops. That was real bright of me. I muted my mic and then went to headlines. Whoa, come on. Okay, here we go. Headlines. Before we do headlines, I've been reading a scripture every week, and in September I did Psalms, but I decided today I wanted to go to a different scripture for you guys. I just felt like it was time to change. So I got Romans 1:16 and 17 out of the Passion Translation. It says, I refuse to be ashamed of the wonderful message of God's liberating power unleashed in us through Christ, for I am thrilled to preach that everyone who believes is saved. The Jews first, and then people everywhere. The gospel unveils continual revelation of God's righteousness, a perfect righteousness given to us when we believe. And it moves us from receiving life through faith to the power of living by faith. This is what the scripture means when I say we are right with God through life-giving faith. That's out of the Passion Translation. If you want to look it up on another version, it's Romans chapter 1, verse 16 and 17. All right. Headlines. Tulsi Gabbard plans to campaign for GOP Senate candidate Don Bolduc after suddenly leaving the Democratic Party. Gabbard said that the Democratic Party is controlled by a fanatical ideologies who hate freedom. So that's Tulsi Gabbard. New York subway shooting suspect Frank James misses a court appearance, and the judge sends U.S. Marshals. James, 63, was being held without bail at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, but missed the court date anyway. This prompted Judge William Kuntz of the Eastern District of New York to sign a force order inducing he signed an order to have marshals go drag him to court by 1 p.m. this day. This is what the judge said, guys. This is pretty funny. This isn't a high school prom invitation, Kuntz told James. Federal public defenders, according to the New York Post. This is an order of the court for you to be here. So that shooter that shot people on the subway missed court anyways, even though he's in custody. That's kind of crazy. All right. Here's a fun topic. I heard this today on the radio, and then I found it in an article, and I think we should talk about it for us people that are older and for the young people, and we'll get good information on it or opinions. Emojis, which first made it to the iPhone keyboards in 2011, are a popular tool for sending messages from one person to another. But one particular emoji is now considered passive-aggressive, according to members of Gen Z. The thumbs-up emoji is considered rude, and according to Gen Z, it makes people who use it look old. Among the list of emojis that make texters look old, according to Gen Z, the red heart, the clapping hands, and the check mark. So that's something we can talk about if you guys want to. Arizona gubernatorial candidate Katie Hobbs, a Democrat, announced earlier Wednesday she won't participate in tonight's debate with Kari Lake. Hobbs, currently Arizona's Secretary of State, told MSNBC she had declined the invitation from the Citizens Clean Elections Commission. All three top Republicans are election deniers, Hobbs said, who was likely to alluding to Lake, Arizona Senate candidate Blake Masters, and former President Donald Trump, an ardent supporter of Lake and Masters. So she skipped out on the debate. How do you debate someone who refuses to accept the truth and who doesn't live in the facts? This is Kari Lake, by the way, saying this, and doesn't do anything to service the voters in terms of deciding. Look at the contrast between us and how we're going to govern if all Lake's going to do is shout over me and interrupt me and spew lies. Hobbs says Lake's going to shout and spew lies, so she doesn't want to debate Lake because of that. In lieu of a televised debate between candidates, the Arizona Republic reports that Lake will participate in a solo interview with Arizona PBS Tonight. Hobbs will be interviewed later this month. So that probably happened already because we are later on our show, I would assume. All right. Killings in the New York subway system skyrocket to the highest level in 25 years, even as ridership plummets. The Murder Express is running local. Killings in the New York subway system since 2020 have skyrocketed to the highest level in 25 years, even amid plummeting ridership numbers as the city grapples with the overall spike in random violence in New York City, the data shows. Since 1997, the earliest data the Post was able to assess, there has been more than 5 subway murders in one single year. So since 1997, there had been no more than 5 murders in one subway year. But then COVID-19's pandemic struck in 2020 and brought the number to 6 for the first time in decades. The next year, murders shot to 8. So far in 2022, there have already been 7 killings. So those are our headlines, and a lot of it is about crime and stuff, but we have our emoji topic and our debate topic and everything. And so with that, let us go with, I know Nikki had his hand up. I know Nikki had his hand up first because he jumped the gun, but, you know, it's fair. Go ahead, Nikki.
Because he jumped the gun. Hey, all's fair in love and conservative political flow.
Yes, definitely.
So I'm trying to think which of those stories. You know what? I am just going to pass. I don't have anything really useful to say, and
I actually have a question for you since
Okay.
you're closer to my age. The emoji thing. What do you think of that?
I mean, it's like any other silly trend. You know what I mean? It's like some things become, you know, cool, and then they become passe, and then they become cool again. You know, and content writers have to have something to come up with. I don't use the red heart emoji just because I've always liked blue hearts better. I don't really use the clapping emoji either. The thing that is extremely annoying to me when it comes to emojis, and that thankfully is not a trend on here anymore, but for which I will just like straight up unfriend somebody if they try doing it to me, is the thing where you clap in between every word that you send somebody, and it's like, you know, like, we don't need more peanut butter and jelly sandwich, as a way of like saying, you know, it's like giving yourself more emphasis or whatever than you deserve, you know. And I have a very strong distaste for people who like try to, you know, like give themselves more, like basically say you should take me more seriously than you are. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, if your words don't have an impact just by using them in a normal sentence, and you think that typing like that is going to help me care about what you're saying, then you can kindly F off. And that's more common, I would say, on the left. But there are right-wing people who do similar versions of that, though not that way. And my just general approach to that is like, you know, you cannot make yourself more relevant just by like screaming what you're saying. And I don't care. I've had to deal with enough people in my life who were convinced of their own relevance more than they deserved, and tried to exact that on people around them a lot. And it was like, no, I'm sorry, what you're saying is stupid and annoying, and I don't have to care about you. And the more people try to make me care, the less I want to give them even the slightest time of day.
Well, thank you, Nikki. Katz, you got to give him a hand clap, because for one, he used the word F off, and he never used a cuss word in there. So I'm very, very proud of Nikki. What do you think, Katz?
I'm trying
Okay.
to behave
Nikki,
because I want to keep my my
Sent you a
co-host
DM, Nikki.
spot. You know.
Yes. Yes, we want you to
Nikki,
behave.
Good job, Nikki. I'm so proud of you. Can I give you a thumbs up?
Yes, you can. Just depends where you.
Okay. And I like the thumbs up emoji, by the way. I don't know why they're saying that, but Mar, go ahead. You're next.
Regarding the emojis, I'm just going to say it's stupid. I don't understand why people get upset about inanimate objects. What does it matter to somebody if they want to use a heart or a clap? How does it really affect you one way or the other? Either just scroll past the post or just read what you need to read and move on. I don't understand why people have to get in a hissy about every little thing. Um, and it's not all about you. I'm sorry. Some people do like it. I mean, I don't use a lot of emojis, but I have a few. I recently learned that emojis have second meanings, and so I'm kind of a little freaked out about that. But regardless, why do why do inanimate objects bother people? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. If you don't like it, move on. And it goes with anything. It goes with anything you eat or anything you drink or anything you see. People need to put their feelings aside and just leave people alone. I mean, I have things I don't like. There are things that people say I don't like, and there are people that post things that I don't like, but I scroll by. Sometimes I interact and I voice my opinion, and I always try to be as respectful as I can on social media because it's just I don't want to leave that I'm a rude person persona type thing, whatever, but scroll by, just ignore the person. I mean, I don't understand why they get in such a hissy fit. It doesn't make sense to me, and I guess it just speaks to their intelligence level if you're going to get mad about an emoji. I mean, that's just the way I feel about that.
Thank you, Mar. By the way, the speakers that are requesting mics right now, we're full. Just hang in there. We'll get you up here when we can. I just wanted to bring that up. Let's talk. You were next.
Yeah. So when I just wanted to briefly talk about the Tulsi Gabbard thing. I mean, I think that's good that Tulsi Gabbard is campaigning for Don Bolduc up in New Hampshire. When it comes to Tulsi Gabbard's a very interesting person, mainly because she was a Democrat for the longest time. She served in the U.S. House of she served in the U.S. House of Representatives for Hawaii, and for the longest time she was seen as a decent Democrat. But then, of course, she ran in 2020. It sort of changed the table. People criticized her for calling out, Kamala Harris, and you know, basically being sort of different from the rest of the Democrats that ran in the 2020 primaries. And of course, she ended up eventually endorsing Biden for the presidency after Super Tuesday. And I always thought Tulsi was an interesting type of person because in mid 2020 or 2021, when she started appearing on Fox News, specifically on Tucker Carlson's show, felt like she was a lot more moderate than she gave off. She gave off some more conservative, she leaned more conservative on certain policies, and it kind of made the left not like her as much, mainly because they just saw her as not being a real Democrat. And Tulsi obviously, believed that the Democrats were losing their way. And she definitely seems like she was more of a maybe more lean more towards a blue dog Democrat than maybe a modern day progressive Democrat. And many people either say, Tulsi, we think she's great. We think that she should join the Republican Party. And then many people think that she's a grifter that has strung people along and that she especially isn't to be trusted due to the fact that she was a Democrat and she's basically kind of playing like a double agent with politics, sort of. That's what people give off vibes for. Tulsi, I think it's good that she's helping out Don Bolduc because it's needed in New Hampshire. I mean, some people hate her on both sides because they think that she's a grifter. The Democrats think she's a traitor and such. But I do feel like if Tulsi is going to become a Republican, of course, many people still think that she should prove herself if she is going to be one. As of right now, she's an independent. But of course, there are certain Republicans that would want her to become a Republican. I just don't know if it's in her nature just yet to become a Republican. But I guess there's just time will tell. But really, Tulsi, I think she's an okay type of person. I mean, the hate that she gets is, I mean, I think the hate that she gets is not really justified because I mean, I do think she's an interesting woman. I mean, she literally hosted Tucker, and I watched it, and she does have some good takes. But even though she still has a little bit of a Democrat in her, there are certain takes that I take away that I disagree with. But still, I do definitely think that helping out the GOP is a good step in the right direction if she is planning to have a future joining the Republican Party.
Well, and it's not to say that she's going to join the Republican Party. She can be an independent, but I mean,
Oh,
I've
she can
seen
remain an
people.
independent, still help,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. I know people. I know one of my good friends is in this room right now that was a hardcore Democrat and is now leaning more Republican because they see what's going on, and people change. So, people change the other way too. I got one name for you, Liz Cheney.
Yeah, I know. But
So we can we can go both ways with
no,
it.
of
You know what I
course.
mean?
And also that emoji thing is really stupid. As a Gen Zer, that is just really stupid. My God.
Yeah, it's dumb. I agree. Mar, go ahead. Oh, wait. Sorry, Mar. Sorry. No, no, you're the third on the list. I skipped down. Becky, Sean, and then Mar. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to jump ahead and call your name.
No, it's all good. That's all good. So, I did also want to talk about Tulsi, because I did only saw about that, I believe, this morning on the news. And then saw, what was it yesterday? I don't remember. Anyhow, whenever it came about, and I guess because I'm still what I would consider newer to politics, because I didn't start getting involved until 2016. How that would work if, she were to be, back in this, Senate or Congress. I mean, there's, majority rule thing. So she did not go to either side and stayed as independent. Would that, I mean, how would her vote swing from one way or the other? I mean, for a majority or not. I'm just curious about how that works. And then also on the emoji thing, I don't think this is a curse word, but screw the haters. I mean, I my sister and I like doing thumbs up to each other because there's times when we know our lives are very busy with work, and if we just need to let each other know something quick, we've agreed that a thumbs up is just okay. Yep, I got it. We'll talk later more about it. But if that's like that's if emojis are the only way you communicate, that's a little bit of an issue in my opinion. But I guess to each their own, and I will go ahead and step down from mic so someone else can step up and use a mic because I'm doing my closing stuff here at work and I got a lot of money to count, so I'll just be listening. But anyhow, if I need to pipe in on something, I'll let you know.
Sounds good. No problem. Thank you, Becky. Sean, go ahead, my friend.
I think Tulsi is an amazing individual and a good person, but I don't think she should be trusted if she says she's a Republican because she's advocated for policy positions like, say, banning assault rifles or universal basic income. And I think these two things aren't consistent, and that we should always look at her with a healthy grain of skepticism because these are views she's held in the past. And it's not worth the risk to me to put another rhino in office. If she ran for office, I would never support her in a Republican primary.
And I'm not saying that she's a Republican now, but there are a lot of people that are, they're just like, oh, now we should. It's like, dude, learn your lesson. Like, look at what's going on politically with people before you assume stuff. Because Tulsi Gabbard, I respect her. She served in our military, but I ain't jumping off a cliff for her saying, all right, I'm all in now. Let's do this. The only person I would politically that I trust the most actually is in this room right now. Somebody that I think is, that I have a lot of respect for that's in office. But there's very few people that I would just, support completely 100%, like that. I mean, my trust has been broken several times, and we've seen what's happened with some of these people. But you're right, Sean. I agree with you. Mar, go ahead.
I also want to talk about Tulsi Gabbard. Um, I do. Let me say this. I do like her. I think she is very interesting. I do think she's interesting. I like her, but I have my skepticism as well. Like it's it's a little too soon to be jumping on the bandwagon for her being a conservative or a Republican. Yes, she does have some good views, but she also has some things that I have some questions about. And I think it's healthy to question people's motives and where they're going and have that wait and see approach. I feel like people jump on the bandwagon too fast and react before they find out all the information. She very well could be a very good person for the Republican Party. However, we don't know that. She just got out of a Democratic relationship. She was part of that whole. She's affiliated with all of them, and I believe in guilt by association. Like you sit and watch all this and don't do anything. My thing is silence is complicity, and I don't like it. But at the same token, I was a Democrat too, and I changed my views, and I believe everybody can change, and I believe there's hope for her because she is a likable person. She does have a good head on her shoulders. She has a lot of potential, but at the same token, yeah, like I said a moment ago, it's worth the wait and see approach instead of just like going all in because we don't know. And like Jason just says, I myself have trust issues too because of all the things they've put us through for the past 4 years. I I don't trust any of them at the moment, so I just kind of want to wait and see what direction she's going, what she stands for, what her policies are going to be for moving forward. If she is going to go leaning towards the right, or is she just going to stay the independent? I wish her well, no matter what she chooses, because again, I do like her. I want to wait and see where she goes from here.
No, that's very good. Yeah, no, I get that makes sense to me. Jordan?
Yeah, so I like Tulsi Gabbard. I do. But I also agree with, exactly what was just said. It's like because there are some things, I mean, you know me, I've very much changed my mind and had my eyes open to a lot. I was a far different person when we first started getting into arguments at work over politics. Always friendly arguments, let me clarify. We never got hostile because he's my brother. So, but yeah, I like her, but I think she'll probably stay an independent for a while. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if she latched on to some sort of, like third party, or if she just kind of tried to find candidates, to help, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll put it that way on that. The emoji thing though, I gotta, talk
Go
about
for it.
that one because here's the thing, right? My problem with emojis is that there is a generational gap. So for some, certain when you use emojis in certain at the end of a sentence or in a certain way, it can be misinterpreted. So like my father-in-law, because I work for his company, I dispatch and stuff, and he drives, and so we'll communicate a lot, and he'll send me like certain emojis, and I'm like that. Well, like you're being a dick right now. What's going on? Like, and in reality, that's not it at all. And so I've had to kind of like figure out like, okay, just ignore it because it's gonna send an incorrect message every time because he's in his 60s, so he's like they mean exactly what they mean to him, and it's like that's all it means. I'm like, all right, well, sure, go for it, man. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, that's all I got.
And the thumbs up emoji, please. If somebody sends me something and I agree with them and I send them a thumbs up emoji, you can pound sand if you think I'm old because I'm sending that. I don't care. The thumbs up emoji, I'm not going to stop using when I agree with somebody. I had to throw that in there, Jordan. Anyways, Cats, go ahead.
Yeah, the whole emoji thing is really overblown and stupid. It's like use what you want, use what you feel like. The dumbest thing with that is when they added the supposedly pregnant man, but I did love it when some folks turned him into the beer belly man. I thought that was pretty cool. About Tulsi Gabbard, I do like her. She is clearly super intelligent. She clearly loves this country. She's warm. She When she made that announcement, I loved what she had to say, and I kept waiting for the moment, waiting for the announcement. It's like, okay, well, if you're not a Democrat now, what are you? And of course, that moment didn't come. So it's like, dang. But I did want to share my favorite Tulsi Gabbard moment of all time. I believe it was in the 2016 presidential debates, I want to say. It was when Tulsi Gabbard took Kamala Harris and mopped the floor with her. It was so awesome. That's all.
Thank you, Katz. Well, my brother, the judge, who's been busy, welcome to the Conservative Political Forum. You have the microphone.
Well, thank you for allowing me a microphone, and I always enjoy getting to join you guys. It's been a crazy time, and we've been working hard trying to win re-election.
Please, please, please send money to the judge's campaign if you want to. I'm not because of me. You guys don't have to do it because of me, but I'm doing it. I haven't done it yet, but I have plans to do it. I just talked to my wife about it. So,
Judge
please
doesn't
send money.
campaign.
Please help the judge if you want. The judge is like the only politician I like will like trust because I've told him things and we've talked a lot. So, and he's a man of faith. So it's hard to find people you trust. So sorry, Judge. I had to throw that in there since you're on the mic right now.
Well, I appreciate that, and I thank you, and every bit helps. It means a lot. I want to give a shout out to Jeannie, who did, as a matter of fact, contribute, and I want to thank her for her contribution. It means a lot, and it's helping. I also want to chime in on the Tulsi Gabbard situation. I think, and I can't remember who said it. I believe it might have been Sean, but the statement was made that I wouldn't trust Tulsi Gabbard if she was a Republican. I would think she was a rhino, or if she had switched parties. And that's probably why she went the independent route, because she's been talking more like a conservative populist or a libertarian populist that was with a conservative bent than far left or a leftist Democrat would. And that's why I think she's made the transition that she's made and not called herself a Republican or even a conservative. But I think where she's from has a lot to do with it too. If she wants to maintain a political career instead of having to move out of Hawaii altogether in order to pursue any future in politics. If she wants to get elected again, which she may not want to. I mean, she may have a much broader platform, never seeking elective office in the future again, unless she gets onto a presidential or vice presidential ticket, which may be what she's cruising for. Who knows? Or maybe she's cruising for an ambassadorship or a cabinet position. Who knows what she has in mind or what she's hoping for? But it is clear that she has personally found a different way than what she's seeing out of the modern day Democratic Party, and it's just no longer for her. But where she's from, she can't say how she feels and continue to run as a Democrat and win. They'll run somebody who does feel the way the woke left feels against her, and that candidate will beat her. And that's just the way it is, because if you're not all in with that philosophy and that way, they'll find someone who is. You're either with them or you're against them, and that's how they operate. There's no such thing as a conservative Democrat like there used to be. There's no such thing as a moderate Democrat like there used to be. You're either all in or you're not. Um, the Republican Party, I would say even the Libertarian Party, or your conservative libertarians, which tend to be Republicans, are your more big tent crowds. She's not, I don't think, someone who feels like she would be taken serious to call herself a Republican. And I think she's made that calculated move to not call herself one just yet, maybe never. But if she does, it's going to have to be a much longer, more calculated transition than just saying, oh, hey, y'all, I'm a Republican now, because it's not like it was in Reagan's day where you could become a Republican and say I'm a Republican because my party left me, even though many Democrats right now do feel that that's what's happened. I mean, I was at my local GOP meeting just last night, and there was an elder African American couple there. There were quite a few African American couples there, but she was one of the wife in this couple was of particular note. She stood up in the crowd and she said, "We're here tonight for our first time ever, and I'm certain we will be back because we are fed up with what we're seeing in Washington, and we are fed up with what we're seeing out of Congressman Clyburn, and we won't change. We won't change. We were promised things we never got, and the things they did do were not effective, and the values they stand for are no longer our values. We want something that lines up with what we were taught growing up, and we want the values that we want to teach our children and grandchildren to be something that is wholesome and decent, and not what we're seeing playing out every day on the media and every day in TV and all over, just everywhere you look, we're seeing it, and now it's making manifest in our schools locally. I mean, she just went on a rant, but she said, I mean, the whole sum total of what she had to say was, we're fed up. We can't take but so much, and this is not the world we wanted for our children and grandchildren. And we don't see this as what we fought for. This is something far beyond what we fought for, and it's not in a good way. That's my 2 cents.
Well, thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. Very good, and I agree with you. Jeannie, go ahead. You've been patient.
I like Tulsi. I just think that if she ever did try to run as a Republican and she did win, people would, probably depending on how she voted, because she's not a conservative all the way, is she'd turn into like a Lisa Murkowski or a Collins from Maine, or at the very worst, Liz Cheney. So I don't know if I'd trust her. I like her, but I don't know if she's trustworthy if she ever chose to be a Republican, because I don't think she's hardcore Republican.
And that's not the issue here. She's an independent now, and so she may never become full on Republican, and that's where she is right now with that. And so, but I get where you're coming from, and I understand. I think that right now her decision to leave the Democratic Party is a decision to leave the Democratic Party and not a decision to join the Republican Party. It's her saying, I'm done with this party because this is what they don't believe in. She loves our country. That's the one thing I like about her. She does love our country. Like everyone in this room, we love our country, and we all have our what we think would help this country. But you go from there, and you start there. If she becomes a hardcore Republican and I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I don't know if that's where she's going with it. I'm just saying. Was it Kelly or Mar? Let's go Kelly and then Mar, and then the judge.
I'm going to keep it brief. As a person, I like Tulsi. I like a lot of the things that she does do. Don't like all of it. But I think that running as a libertarian or an independent would be much more her than trying to be a Republican, because she's not. She would be a very left-leaning Republican, but she's always been a moderate Democrat. And I think what she was saying is, I can no longer support a party that has gone so far off the rails. And I think that's why she did what she did when she did it. I think she just got fed up. But otherwise, I was going to say, hi, Judge. It's really nice to see you. And Jason, if you want to take my mic and give it to somebody else, go right ahead. I'll just listen for a while.
We have plenty of open mics right now, so you don't have to give up your mic yet. But if somebody does come up, if it gets to that point. Real quick, I wanted to add to what the judge said. Let's not forget, Tulsi's from one of a very blue state. California, Washington, Oregon, and Hawaii are deep blue, and so he is right. I mean, if she would have to, if she said I was Republican, she might kill any chance of running for office from Hawaii. Uh, that's we can't forget that part. So she has to be strategic about this if that's really where she's coming from. And so that's I just wanted to throw that 2 cents in there that the judge actually didn't forget that part. Mar, go ahead.
I don't blame her for wanting to distance herself from the Democrats. It's evident that they're on a sinking ship right now, and they are fixing to some of them are fixing to go down. And so it makes perfect sense for somebody of her caliber to say, you know what, I'm done. I need to do something different and reinvent herself outside of the Democrat Party so she could have some semblance of a career. And it makes sense in that area. But I'm also kind of wondering if, in another retrospect, if she's going to, once everything clears out and normalcy comes back to politics again, which I'm hoping it does, because this is getting out of hand. So let's just say, best case scenario, we get back to normal society again and we start rebuilding. Perhaps maybe she might hold out to have like be part of a new Democrat Party and try to reinvent the Democrat Party if it hasn't completely imploded, which I sort of think it does. But if it is salvageable, maybe she'll come back and try to be the new party, the new Democrats, and start over and try to reinvent themselves. And that's a possibility too, providing they have the right people come back aboard and get rid of the far left policies, which are, my mind can't handle that right now. So I'm not going to really go into that. I'll stay with her, but um, it's a good move for her strategically in that aspect. And so I think it's a little too soon to like decide whether she's going to be, Republican or where she's going to go in that area. It's just I'm curious. I'm really genuinely curious where she's going to go with this and what she's going to do because, like I said, I do like her. I liked her when I was watching her run for the Democratic primaries. I've liked her. There's not a lot that she says that I'm like, you know what, she has some good points. So I'm kind of interested where she goes politically. Do I line up with her? No, I don't. But I do. I do respect her and I do like who she is. It's just going to be kind of interesting to see where this one goes because she is, as Democrats go, one of the good ones, and I do want to see her succeed.
Thank you. Contrary to popular belief, and people will not like what I have to say with this, but everybody's like, who's going to be the vice president to Donald Trump? Um, she would be a good one, and I'm saying if Trump runs for president, she is level-headed, and she would be a good one because she's been on both sides. If you want to unite this country, you get somebody that has middle of the ground beliefs that still believes in faith, the values of our country, and the love of our country. That's just I'm just throwing that out there. That's a possibility. I'm not saying it's for sure. I don't know, but it's a possibility. So, Judge, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like with Tulsi, she's one of those that we look to from the Democratic Party to actually speak the truth. Even when it hurts their party, she'll speak the truth and call it like she sees it. She doesn't mind offending both sides as long as what it is the truth. And that's what has to happen is the truth needs to be spoken. Therefore, you know, she probably just needed to get out there on her own and do her own thing. And I think what she's doing is probably good going into this November election. I think it's a sign of where we are as a country. There are a lot of people who like her, a lot of people who follow her, who are independent leaning, who are just, they want to figure out where they fit in, and they don't know, and they look to people like Tulsi Gabbard as a leader, and they say, you know what, if she's leaving, the Democratic Party, I think, you know what, maybe I need to look at the Democratic Party a little differently too, because why am I sticking around? Why am I with them? And why am I voting for them? because there's not so much that they stand for that I stand for anymore either. And I've been listening to the things that she's got to say, and she doesn't mind criticizing the things that we've been doing wrong and the things that we've been getting wrong. She doesn't mind standing out there on her own, even against the whole rest of the party, and saying, we got to do some change in here. And she's got guts, and that's why they admire her. And they'll follow her. I mean, they'll follow her straight off a cliff if they want to. I mean, if that's where she's going, because that route is safer than the route they're taking right now, which is pandemonium. Um, you know, following, blindly like sheep after, whatever George Soros pays for the messaging to say, basically. And, you know, I think she and there are others, seeing her make this bold move, you're going to see others, I do believe, get emboldened and move away. And I don't think that there's going to be a new or reinvigorated Democratic Party. I think it's going to be here, and it's going to be just a continually um, nastier form of what it is. It's always been. It started out of wickedness, and it's always been, to some extent, wicked. And it's just been real good at rebranding and putting a pretty face on, especially during the Kennedy years. It was able to get away with that and do that. But it's never not had sinister roots and sinister motives at any point. And it's always been about a consolidation of power. It's always been about getting as much as it could by any means necessary, by hook or by crook, even if the votes had to be bought using taxpayer dollars to do it, in the most legal way they could get away with it, but they do it. And that's what their party stands for, is a consolidation of power any way they can, and manipulation of the masses to get what they want and to do what they want. And so at the end of the day, you have to look at the party that's about freeing people and giving people the ability to make their lives better through liberty and through the pursuit of freedom and the pursuit of happiness. And you've got but one party that's doing that.
Well, let's not forget, Judge. Also, did you see some of the stuff she said about freedom of religion and how our country needs to be able to have, you can't be like locking people up for believing their beliefs and their religious beliefs. She believes that as an American, even when she was a Democrat, that our country was founded on religious beliefs, and that what the Democratic Party is doing, it bothers her too. And where people's rights are being taken away, and people's freedoms and their freedom to worship the God they choose. And I'm bringing that up to you, Judge, because you're a man of faith like me, and so you would get that part too, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. But I really strongly feel that even though she hasn't said it in these words, it's very much like and harkens back to a time very similar to when Ronald Reagan said, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. And I had to make a choice. Where did I fit? And he chose the Republican Party. That's where he fit. Well, she's not necessarily there yet, but she fits somewhere in the middle of the two. And so she's trying to figure out where she identifies and where she belongs. But she's made a pivotal major step in saying, I'm sorry, but what they stand for now, I don't stand for. That's not me.
That's very good. I agree with you, Judge, on that. Thank you for your take on that one. Neo?
Well, no, and Judge, and I was just going to backpack on that, and I'm just like, I, I really like Tulsi Gabbard. I've been following her for a while. She's been on Tucker a lot of times, and obviously, I think a lot of people saw what she said on Tucker, and I can't disagree with what she said last night if you watched it, and I don't know where I'm going with it. I just don't know yet. I guess we've been backstabbed so many times on just all this stuff, all the political media stuff, and all just the garbage that gets thrown in our faces all the time, and hear us in this forum have to formulate an opinion and try to like have a, and Jason, you brought up like, is she going to run as a, Trump's running mate, stuff like that. I like her so much, and I just want to vote not with my feelings, but with my brain and what's best for the country. And I think she does have that mentality, but you get those scared feelings like, is she going to be another rhino? Is she going to be something that, is she going to go back to the Democratic Party and she's going to go independent? Is she going to go, okay, I'm a different party, or sway from what we believe, at least what I think everybody in this room somewhat believes. And so I'm just not all in on her yet. I like her. Everybody keeps saying that. It's our disclaimer that we like Tulsi Gabbard, but it just does always kind of have that weird feeling like, just maybe there's something weird there, like maybe just like she has to prove to us, the people, and that's what I expect out of politicians, is that you go and tell us what you truly believe, and you debate and you do things like that, and you really make us believe what you believe in, and you're going to stand for us, because politicians work for us, by the way.
Very good, Neo. Thank you. Kelly, go ahead.
I was just going to add in at least her statement on why she was leaving the Democrat Party, regardless of where she ends up, shows a great deal of character, which I can admire more depending on where she goes. But I do think that she has the opinion that I think she kind of felt like she needed to flee a sinking ship. So we'll see. But, I do think that the way she said it and the fact that she did it so publicly shows something of her character that we don't see very often in politics.
Yeah, definitely. It's true. I like what she says too. We all, like Neo said, we can be skeptical about things, but we can be skeptical about a lot of things in our trust issues and stuff. But we just have to see what happens. That's how I look at it, and watch. Not everybody's fake and phony. People go through things. People change. People do change, and where they were 5-10 years ago may not be where they are now, and you have to remember that. Mar, go ahead.
Can I talk about Carrie Lake for a second? Is that okay?
Mar?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I talk about Carrie Lake for a second in the Hobbs debate? I kind of want to switch gears for a second. Is that all right? Or do you want to stay on?
No, you can switch gears because we only have about 7 more minutes, and then we're going to go into overtime with a very good topic Shylo has. So go ahead.
Okay, I was listening to some of the things you were saying about Hobbs' interpretation of Carrie Lake. I didn't even know who she was up until a couple months ago, because obviously I'm in a different state, and I kind of didn't really follow it. And then I just started listening to Carrie Lake recently over the past 2 months. I've been kind of like tuning in and listening to a lot of her speeches and where she stands and what she says. And I've listened to a lot of her talks, and she's not a screamer, and she makes a lot of sense. And I really, really, really like that lady. In fact, I wish she was running for our government so we can get rid of Inslee, because he's got to go, but that's another topic. But I can understand why Hobbs doesn't want to debate her, because she's smart, and she kind of reminds me in Trump in a way of how she just says things and it's clear and it's believable when it comes out of her mouth. You believe what she's saying, and there's no hesitation. And when she answers things, and everything is clear and concise, and it's informative, and she answers questions, and that's intimidating. That's what's intimidating Hobbs, to the point to where she can't compete with that, because her record obviously speaks for itself, and that's a lot to debate right there. And so going against a person who's very articulate and very educated is very intimidating. And I could see why she's bothered about debating her. And in a sense, it's kind of smart in a way, because it's going to be a bloodbath going up against Carrie Lake. But at the same token, it doesn't wear well for her to avoid that, because obviously people need to see her side too. But again, um, it's evident who is the powerhouse in that competition, and Carrie Lake is something to look out for. And you're talking about presidential vice presidents somewhere in the future. That woman's going to go up. I mean, and it's not going to be at this election, obviously, but she's going to go up. And then my next thing I wanted to say, back to Gabbard's, Jason, for you, if she was to take the vice presidency, do you really believe conservatives can trust that after everything we've gone through over the past 4 years? I mean, yes, she is a good person. We all agree that Gabbard's is a good person, but what would that look like to have her as a running mate with Donald Trump, considering all the bad blood that has been put into us over the past 4 years? So I was kind of wondering what that would look like, because that is an interesting concept and I sort of like it, but I just, ooh, I'm just, my gut is just like, what would that look like?
For myself, don't, I don't know if that's a bad decision or not. I mean, whoever the president is that chooses her to be vice president, I'm going to trust for the person that we are voting for on the Republican side. Uh, if it's Donald Trump and he decides to go with her, then, Donald Trump's a leader. So, just whatever happens, with that. I mean, we all thought that Mike Pence was loyal and was a good guy, and Mike Pence, I don't know. I mean, I know that the judge has a different opinion on Mike Pence, but I have a hard time thinking that he's actually I find him to be phony sometimes, and I really have a hard time with phoniness, and it's not just because of what he did to Donald Trump. It's because I feel like he uses God as a crutch, and I'm very good at discerning that stuff. And when you use God as a crutch and you don't actually, then that bothers me. So we just don't know what Tulsi Gabbard could be, because people change on a dime. So, Judge, you have your hand raised. You might want to respond to that. I know.
Okay. So I had an encounter with Mike Pence, and he was very respectful and deferent to me. And I gave him props for that. That does not mean I think Mike Pence is not a little bit of a traitor.
Okay.
So let me just clarify that.
Sorry, I threw your name out there.
He's got his house broken. He's got good manners. And he's a good politician. I think he was trying. I mean, Mike Pence is an establishment politician who saw an opportunity in getting on the Trump train early and became Trump's VP nominee. And then, in order to redeem himself among the establishment, he gave them his final opus there with the whole "I'm not going to support Trump when the chips were down and he needed me." And that was his way of trying to redeem himself and revitalize any chance he's got of ever becoming a presidential nominee and getting any one of them to step up and be his VP nominee. I think he basically showed himself to be a turncoat. I don't know that he'll ever get to be a president, but I do know that it seems to me that he's trying to make the tour to put himself in the running. What he said in that roundtable that I was invited to and that I went to, because, when the former vice president of the United States invites you to a roundtable, you go to it. When the former Speaker of the House invites you to a roundtable, you go to it. I went to one with Paul Ryan just a month before that. So, it's just a courtesy when these people come through my neck of the woods, and if I get invited to one of those things, I'm going to go. It doesn't matter what I think of that person's policies or what they did in Washington. I'm a leader in my community, and it's kind of expected. And if I don't show up, it would be seen as a snub, and I'm not. Regardless of what I feel of these people, I would not make that snub. Russell Fry was here in Florence. He is running for Tom Rice's seat. He spoke at our local GOP meeting, and I was at the local GOP meeting as well. He had a breakfast this morning in Florence and a fundraiser here tonight. I wish I could have been at both of those, but I was in the other ends of the county campaigning on my campaign. But had I not been, I would certainly have been at those availabilities in support of Russell Fry. And so, when people higher up on the totem pole come in, doesn't matter whether they're former or current, you go and you pay your respects. It's part of the deal. You just do, and it doesn't mean that I think these people would be great in the future in a higher role than what they had, or even to resume the role they had before. It just simply means that they came to town. I did what I'm supposed to do. I showed up, and I didn't show my hand on how I felt about this person one way or another to my entire community. He basically, I'm just going to be perfectly frank with you guys, and I hope there's no spies in the room about this, but I say, hey, Robert. But Pence basically invited himself to Florence County to one of our mega churches, and the pastor of the church accepted his offer to come speak, even though he wasn't invited to speak at the church. Who's going to turn him down when he invites himself and says, "Hey, I'm coming through. I'd like to come to your church and speak"? He knows that's the largest church in Florence County. He also knows that's the place to come to speak if you want to be recognized and known for having come through, because that particular church has a huge broadcast. Their sermons are broadcast the following Sunday, all on a major network here in the county, and it has a large distribution. So naturally, his people are going to do everything they can to get that pastor to accept his offer to come speak. And when he came, he spoke. Other politicians have done the same thing. I mean, I remember Ted Cruz came once. And now Ted Cruz came. He didn't say a single thing about politics when he came. He actually came and did the proper thing, and he gave a sermon, or if you want to call it, a Bible study. And the whole congregation was just wowed by the fact that when he came, he did not speak about politics. He did not make it political at all. He used what could have been a prime opportunity for him and his political aspirations to actually worship. And they all appreciated that fact. And it was not lost on them that here was someone who really could have used that opportunity for political gain. And instead he said, I'm here to worship, and only to worship. I'm not here for anything more than to worship today. Can we do that? And everyone there found it refreshing and appreciated it.
That's really good, Judge. Thank you for sharing that. Neo, and I respect that, Judge, by the way. Neo, closing thoughts on this. You have the last word on this, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, Jason, and good message, Judge. I'm not a big fan of Mike Pence, I'll say that, but when Mara brings up Carrie, I mean, I 100% support her, but I got to keep it a little bit local in Washington State, and that if you don't vote Tiffany Smiley, you're crazy. And so I got to at least say that, Patty Murphy can go, and that's per Joe Biden. I know it's Patty Murray, but that's all I'm going to say. So she's going to talk about Arizona. I got to talk about Washington State. I know not everybody here lives in Washington State, but I know Jason does. I know Mara does. I know I do. So Tiffany Smiley. That's all I'm going to say, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, Katz, if you could give the guidelines before I do an introduction.
You bet, Jason. All right. Welcome to the Conservative Political Forum. We've got several listeners, some I haven't seen. There are some speaker spots open. So if you want to join in, request a speaker. And these are our guidelines. As freedom thinkers in the Conservative Political Forum, we believe in and value our constitutional rights. We also recognize that even amongst ourselves, we are going to have varied opinions. This forum is a safe place for everyone. We don't tolerate personal attacks, and we don't do raised voices. We ask that you are considerate of persons who prefer not to hear profanity. Think of it as a PG environment. Please be self aware of your mic time. We want to make sure everyone who wants to contribute is able to. And welcome, Shylo, as our co
Well,
host.
not introduction first by me.
Oh, well, I was just saying a welcome, not an
Okay,
intro.
I got you.
All right.
You guys are going to want to stick around for this. I hope that you guys want to talk a lot about this. Shylo, I met her on Twitter last year, and she's just a Twitter, she's awesome. She's been through a lot, and she's just a good friend on Twitter. But she has a TikTok that has grown, and she has been hit hard by bans because she'll put out conservative stuff, and I'm going to let her talk all about that. But she'll probably put some of this show. You have my permission, Shylo, that any of this show goes on your TikTok. However you want to make, if you want to do some bits and pieces, whatever you want to do, it's you totally have permission to do that, and have fun with it, because we are honored to have you here. She probably will be a co-host in the future again. We really we want to, honor conservatives too that are doing good stuff out there. And so, Shylo, take it away with what you want to talk about and what you want people to jump in on. But we are very honored that you are here tonight, my friend. You there? Can everybody hear me? Is it me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have not gone down. That Twitter said, "Oh, nope, we can't do this. We got to shut you all down." We'll give Shylo a second because maybe she's having a mic issue. But yeah, we are honored that she is able to be here tonight, and we'll be talking about her conversation, what she's got to talk about with that, with what she's dealing with. But you there, Shylo? Your mic working? Okay. Katz, can you hold the fort down for a second? I'm gonna find out what's going on.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Who's excited for the election? Who's excited? Thumbs up. I'm excited. I really have a better feeling about it than I did maybe like a few months ago. Like feeling more positive about it. It is obviously going to be a super, super important day. Mar, did you have some thought you wanted to share?
No, I was just raising my hand to your question.
Okay, thank you. Judge, how about you?
I'm getting more and more excited about it. Just to have it over with, one way or another. Quite honestly, but I'm getting a lot of positive feedback on the campaign trail, which always makes you feel good to know that there are people who are supporting you and who care, and who want to see you return to office. Not return, but to stay in office. We've been working very hard, and just want to continue to serve, and it's been really a blessing to do so this first 4 years, and I hope they'll give me another 4, and if they don't, I'll have to get back out there into the private sector and do it all over again.
Well, we have high hopes for you. You know what they always say, let the good guys win. Kelly?
I was just going to say, being in Texas, our governor election, I'm very hopeful for. And the short-term candidate in the Rio Grande Valley is Myra Flores. And she is running against a guy named Vicente Gonzalez. He does not have a good track record. And some of the stuff that his campaign people have pulled, trying to, I don't know, just smear her terribly. So, yeah, I want this election to be over because I want to see her trump him.
Ooh, I like that term. And, it's kind of like I'm excited for it, but I almost want it to be whatever day they take office. Is it January 20th or whatever day it is? Because we just can't take much more of the Democrats destroying this country. I mean, who would have thought that in such a short time they could, nearly take us to our knees? But I think what they didn't expect and all the crap they pulled is that we're fighters and we're not going to take it laying down. So, yeah, I can't wait till they actually take office. Who else? Somebody speak up. You've got thoughts about it. Hey, Judge, do they have like polling with you versus your opponent to say like who they think is ahead? Do they do that with a judge's position?
Well, they're supposed to send me some numbers from the calling data that they've got. I keep being promised these numbers, but I haven't been shown or seen any of it to yet. So there's supposed to be a way to get the numbers. Our people from the state GOP, they're sending it to the state people, but they're not sending the local candidates who have opted into that program the numbers as quickly as they promised to send them. Like I was supposed to get a batch of numbers today so that I would have an idea of what things are looking like, and I got nothing. And it's the fourth time they promised to have me some numbers, and I have gotten nothing. So, all I can go on is my gut. All I can go on is what people are telling me. And, people won't tell you they're not supporting you. They'll just tell you, that either they'll think about it, which kind of tells you they're not supporting you, or that they really are just still trying to make up their mind, or they'll tell you, yeah, I'm supporting you. You can count on me. And, you can tell by how quick they say that, how genuine they are in it, quite frankly. But usually the more quick someone is to tell you, I'm with you, and the more genuine they are about it. They don't have to think about it. Yeah, I'm with you. You don't have to worry about me and mine. We're with you 100%. And I've had a lot of that, just an overwhelming amount of it, and even a lot of local Democrats who do not want a non-lawyer attorney in this office have contacted me personally and said, what can I do to help you? I want you to know you have my vote. You have my family's votes. I'm helping to spread the word as much as I can. I know that your opponent, the Democrat, but I cannot see myself supporting anybody on the bench who's not a lawyer and does not understand the rules of court and procedure and the law itself. I wouldn't want that for my family.
Well, exactly. And it's great that you're hearing from those folks. Do you have an overall sense with everything that you do know how realistically how it is going?
Well, I had staunch conservative tell me he believes that at worst case scenario, we'll probably win at 52-48. And then I had a longtime Democrat tell me today that he thought I'd probably win it with at least 60-40. And
wow.
And he's been out there campaigning on my behalf as well. And he says, the other side has been negative from day one. They've tried to tear you down. They've tried to talk trash. You've done nothing but be positive and upbeat and kind. They're trying to tear you down because they can't beat you on qualifications. And it's just a bad look. And we're not here for that. Everyone here knows you. They all know that if it was a nonpartisan race, you would probably carry 80% of the vote without even trying. And so, people are really having to fight that urge to hit a straight party ticket and get out there and go vote their conscience on this one. And I said, I really hope they do. I genuinely hope from your lips to God's ears that they do go out and split their ticket and they abandon the straight party ticket, because that is not going to help me at all if they go straight party ticket in large numbers.
Sure. Well,
thank you, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Judge, we'll talk. We totally support you um, and everything you're doing, and we'll be praying for you. And anything you need, just let us know here at the forum. You are totally good to do that. I just I don't want to. I want to see if Shiloh's mic is actually working now. Go ahead, Shylo.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. So,
Good.
ladies and gentlemen, our TikTok celebrity rising star Shylo. Go ahead and take it away. Sorry to interrupt you, Judge. I just wanted to make sure that she could work and get into the next topic. Anybody that wants to come up and speak, we got several mic openings, and we'd love to hear from you guys on the topic that Shylo has. Take it away, Shylo.
Well, hey, everybody. Thank you so much, Jason, for giving me this platform to talk about social media censorship and propaganda. Since Judge is here, I'm going to, if I am wrong, please, sir, please speak up. As we all know, all of these social media companies are privately held. And I'm sure everybody has heard of Section 230, which essentially prevents you from being these platforms being held liable for content that has come up on their platforms. Apparently recently there was a new exception to Section 230, but it doesn't now apply to civil and criminal charges involving I don't know how to trafficking of a spicy nature and or conduct that promotes or facilitates selling oneself. I have been on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, you name the social media platform, I have been there. And it started about 3 years ago. I had run a union caregiver's website because that is what I do for a living. I take care of terminally ill kids and teach their parents how to care for them. And when COVID came up, I immediately had my group taken from me by Facebook and the SEIU union because a few people didn't want to take the jab. So in terms of that, the way that, as many of us should, I don't know if some of you will have read your community guidelines. And the community guidelines across every single platform are pretty much arbitrarily enforced. Over the last, since 2015, I believe it was, we've had a tremendous amount of people who have been deplatformed, not just from Twitter, but from any platform whatsoever. Milo Yiannopoulos was one of the very, very first ones to be deplatformed for wrongthink. And from him, it escalated to Alex Jones, President Trump, Rob Kardashian, Rihanna, Courtney Love, and most recently Andrew Tate, and if you watch any of LawTube, Nick Rekieta. And over the last week and a half, I have shown videos of the new Pfizer executive had come out and admitted that they lied to everybody. Within 24 hours, the videos were deleted and they started going through my accounts and banning videos as far back as March due to what they call inauthenticity and integrity. And every one of these platforms has them. They essentially now are saying that these platforms are controlling what they deem to be misinformation. So you end up with Nick Rekieta, for a prime example, was just deplatformed this last week. Nobody really knows why, but after the social media outcry, he got his platform back on YouTube. He admitted $500,000 between the Kyle Rittenhouse case and the Johnny Depp case. Most money he said he ever made in his life. And a lot of people who are doing streaming regularly or start to become what they call a micro influencer like me, up to the major influencers who have millions of dollars, you can make some money at this depending on the platform. And once they take that from you, for a lot of people, that's their job, that's their income. So they end up deplatforming these people with no way to come around it. You can appeal it, but you can't often get a person. A lot of it is run by AI. Excuse me. Does anybody have any questions? Am I going too fast?
Well, just so you know, Shylo, you have a judge in the room too if you have any questions, and he's pretty good with knowing some legal stuff, so you can always ask him questions too. But I just wanted to throw that in there, and yeah, anybody want to participate with what Shiloh's talking about? She's been working hard at this and has had a lot of issues over censorship over the last couple months.
Yes, please, everybody, jump in at any time. I will level with you. This is my very first podcast, and I am a little bit nervous. So
if people raise your hand, if they raise their hands, you can call on them, Shylo, and if they want to talk, and they can totally do that. We won't have people jump in just over you, except for me. But everybody else will raise their hand just because we don't want feedback with the recording. So, but yeah, definitely. If you have questions about what Shiloh's talking about, go ahead and call on him, Shylo, how you want to. It's your segment, so.
Okay. Well, great. Thank you, Jason. Mark, I see your hand is up if you would like to chime in.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, what do you think the difference is between the 1980s political system and today's political systems as far as people running against each other and trying to do smear campaigns?
Troll. That was a troll, Shylo. Don't worry, I got rid of him already. Go ahead and
Okay,
go
I
with the
was like,
next one. Yeah, he's not following the rules. It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Michael, I see you have your hand up.
Hi, I just have a question about when it comes to TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, so I have not a lot of insight about that, or did I hear that's like Chinese spyware or something? And I was wondering, do you ever have problems with them when it comes to posting content that constantly, or maybe does they have problems with, or they flag them or something, or flag your content?
Constantly. And it's arbitrary. A video that I have posted, I posted about, it was I think everybody has probably seen it. It was a news reporter reading a letter from somebody who had got the jab and who was saying that unvaccinated people had gotten the short end of the stick and discriminated by, and it wasn't okay. And my video was muted and taken down but it still got shared and nobody else got those content violations, whereas I was put up for being inauthentic, which is their fancy way of saying we deem this misinformation and there's not really anything you can do about it. You can send in a appeal. The appeals process with TikTok is extraordinarily difficult. You have to create a ticket, and you may or may not get a response. 9 times out of 10, you will not get a response. I started on TikTok at the beginning of the pandemic simply because I didn't see a lot of truth coming out of there. There was a lot of propaganda. Influencers have now been proven. A recent court document came out. I saw it on Judicial Watch, where the government has admitted to paying influencers to push their ideology. And it's happening across all platforms. I'm sure everybody's also heard that the FBI and the White House had come up against Facebook with the jab and had requested, and I say that in quotes, of them to take down the Hunter Biden story as being Russian disinformation. And that goes across all platforms. They all do it. I'm sorry, is your name Mama or is it Mar?
You can call me Mar.
Oh, Mar, I see your hand up. Please jump in.
You mentioned something about you sharing a post, and you got issues from it, but somebody else didn't. I've encountered that myself. In fact, I've earned myself a few suspensions because of that, because I tend to A, I speak my mind, and B, I share what I believe is to be true. And if it lines up with what I believe in and where I'm going, then I'll share it, obviously. And I was really big on the jab and everything that went behind that. So I shared a lot of information on that and the 2020 election and just a lot of things that went against the norm. And I was getting banned for certain things that I was sharing, and I couldn't understand how could you ban me? And I shared it from another site, but you're banning me for it, and that happened quite frequently, and I don't understand that. It's just it's wild to me how they pick and choose certain people to pick on, and I do have a TikTok. I don't use it anymore, but because it is kind of an addiction, so and I don't need that in my life, but I do see a lot of censorship go on TikTok as well, and it's like I don't understand how they pick and choose. Um, One person can post very sexual things and nobody says anything about it, but you try to speak your mind against something that goes against your beliefs, values, or political views, and you get banned. It's bizarre to me.
100%. 100%. And that is shown more across TikTok with what they show as being thirst trap videos. You get a very lot of topless people on TikTok, and they're looking for that validation. So it's very confusing when these platforms decide, okay, I'm just going to pick a name out of a hat, and if they've got this video, we're going to take it down. I've gotten to the point now where I made a backup account finally about a month ago, and both my accounts are already on account warnings, which frustrated me immensely. But one of the things in the community guidelines that comes up on TikTok and as well as Twitter is they admit to shadow banning. They call it being ineligible for the feed. And they base that on, they say safety, but half the time it isn't about safety. It's more or less about who's got the most followers, who's got the typical semantics, I guess you would say, that go into who's popular or who's not. If a platform thinks that your tweet or your content is unoriginal, they ban it. They ban it. So it is. It's very, very arbitrary. Katz, would you like to speak up?
Were you talking to me?
No,
Oh, sorry.
no, she's talking to Kat. Sorry, Nikki. I know you jumped the
No,
gun.
it cut out while I was.
Real
So
quick.
that's why I wasn't sure. While I was putting up.
I was gonna say, Shylo, the last time I had a tweet that took off was back in February, and since then, I haven't had a tweet take off like that because of the shadow banning you're talking about. So yeah, definitely, it's a big thing. Katz, is your mic working now? She's having same technical issues. Twitter Spaces is acting weird tonight. Katz, go ahead and leave the space and come back. That'll fix it. So Nikki, we're talking. Shiloh's a rising TikTok star. She does things on TikTok, but she's a conservative, and she's had some things banned. She's been banned a few times. Before Nikki speaks, Shylo, can you tell us the story about Joe Biden's speech and what you did and how they banned you for something as stupid as that, in my opinion?
Yeah, actually, I had seen a clip on Twitter of Joe Biden's speech, and one of the many, 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 many gaffes that he has had. And I screen recorded it, gave it a little bit of edit, added some commentary, and posted it up to TikTok. Within a very short amount of time, I immediately get this message that says, you violated the community guidelines for whatever it is they decide they want to ban you for. I've had it with Project Veritas videos. I've had it with the vaccine, with the Pfizer executives coming out and admitting they lied. Mainstream media showing a story, and then if you share that story, they ban it. If it really comes down to, I think a lot of it is what they perceive as wrong think. Nikki, would you like to jump in?
Yeah. So I guess, the biggest question I would have in these sorts of situations is like, I liken a lot of these complaints to the way that, like, and I'm not calling you a teenager, I could think of it as an adult as well, but like people are like, oh man, the system just, wanted to screw me and the cops are terrible and they just screwed me over. And then you ask some more details and it's like, well, yeah, I
Be
did
nice,
probably.
Nikki. Be nice.
I am being nice. Well, yeah, I did, threaten this person during this argument or something like that. So for me, what I want to know when I'm hearing these sorts of stories is, what was the reason that they cited and what was the actual content? Because I feel like it's easy to describe your content in a way that is, and anyone, it's easy for anyone to describe their content in a way that makes it seem unobjectionable, and it's easy to describe an objection in a way that makes it seem like callous or unreasonable. But most of the time I've found when you actually see what the content is and you read what the policy is, that they have laid out a pretty straightforward explanation of what you are allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. And sometimes people just disagree with what you're not allowed to do.
So
So
the
that's,
time that somebody told me they wanted to kill me on Twitter a long time ago, Nikki, they didn't get suspended. But if somebody posts something like Kamala Harris is a hoe, and that's it, nothing else, like not trying to attack her, they get banned for 12 hours. I find that to be a little one-sided, if you know what I mean. Somebody can threaten to kill me and not get banned, and they didn't get banned. But I got banned for a comment I made. That you see the difference, that if you weigh the options, it's a little one-sided in that way. And that's where Shylo, who has a TikTok, has had been banned several times for small things like that. And that's what she was talking about. So I just wanted to bring that up, Nikki, when you're talking about about that. There's definitely a one-sided thing, and as soon as a conservative is spotted by these tech companies, they then get targeted all the time. Yeah, I had to delete any tweet that had any word in it with that word in it after that because I kept getting banned. And I didn't have a ton of them, but still, so that there's the one-sided part of it. That's what I get where you're coming from, Nikki, where you say, well, they can say this and they can say that, but you got to see where we're coming from. You know what I mean? Like who gets away with threatening to kill somebody if they ever saw them, and gets away with keeping their tweet up, and then somebody else's tweet is less of anything, and they're the ones that get banned. That's where we're coming from with this. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure. The only thing I would respond with is there are always going to be tweets that get through the through the filters, and either the person who reads the report doesn't take it seriously or whatever. Just in the same way that there are always going to be crimes that get committed that don't get prosecuted because the evidence isn't as strong, because it never got, the cops didn't show up on time, or it just never got reported properly. The question that I end up looking at is like, if I were to tweet out that, Christy Nome is a hoe, for big oil or something, and that gets reported, like for me, it's not the comparison between my tweet didn't get reported. The tweet against me didn't get reported, but the tweet, that I made did get reported. It's if someone else made the same tweet that I made, but directed it toward, a Republican, would Twitter, again, not necessarily in one particular instance, but on net, would Twitter take those tweets as seriously as they do, tweets that are, saying shitty things? And I mean, I will agree with you that, like, because here's the thing: I know trans people who get death threats all the time, and they don't get taken down. So I think Twitter has a broad problem of, how do you handle hate speech? How do you handle speech, again, like death threats and things like that, and balance that with again the freedom of speech that I know you all care about, because the notion that conservatives on one hand don't want Twitter to censor anything, and on the other hand, when there are attacks and death threats and things like that that are illegal, to censor those. So it's a tough balancing act, but I would say that, like, you have to compare like with like, and like with like is are tweets similar to what you received getting banned when they're directed at liberals, but not when they're directed to conservatives, and are tweets like the one you made getting banned when they're directed at, you know, uh, conservatives, but not when you say something like that. And it's hard to measure that stuff in a lot of cases, partially because Twitter doesn't make the data public. But even for them, it's like, well, if a lot of people want to be really nasty to Donald Trump because there's more hatred against him than anybody else, it won't surprise me if there's more tweets going after, saying bad things about Donald Trump than there are about, other figures. So this is not an easy problem, and I don't think anybody who works on it thinks of it as an easy problem. How do you content moderate these platforms in a way that's fair, in a way that keeps users safe, in a way that balances lots of different concerns? Facebook takes a much heavier hand than Twitter does. You can't, people post porn all the time on Twitter. They do not post it on Facebook because they can't. TikTok, I think, is the same way. And so each company kind of has their benchmark for what's acceptable and what isn't. And it's not easy. So I mean, I maybe I'm giving them too much deference, but I also recognize the technical challenges involved.
Well, let's get back to, like, I know where you're coming from, but let's get back to the reason things that should get banned, it's really actually very simple. Free speech is free speech. If I say, Nikki, you're, and I would never do this, but like, let's say I tweeted, Nikki, you're stupid. Okay. Somebody can get offended and they can get banned for that. Well, what I think should be banned are things like child pornography, death threats where you're actually attacking somebody, name calling. Come on now, Nikki, you and I are in the same close age bracket. And when we were kids, we were name called all the time. We need to have a little thick skin and understand that name calling happens. We need to grow up a little bit here. There are things that can happen where you ban speech, but there are things that are stupid, like, name calling and things that, that's free speech, and we need to get out of the being sensitive group and when it comes to this stuff. And so, Philip, I'm gonna give you a mic, but you need to mute as soon as you get it, because you got to raise your hand. And so that's what we want to. You balance it out. Let's have a little bit of thick skin. People are very sensitive these days, in a lot of ways. I think death threats are a different story, because if somebody does know where you live and they're threatening you, your life could be on the line if they're serious, and you got to take that stuff seriously. Whereas name calling, to me, is not something that needs to be banned, unless it's like, I don't know. I would have to think of what it would be, but Shylo, go ahead. I didn't mean to take over. I just jumped in to kind of help you because, you know, Mar has her hand up. Do you want her to go next?
Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries. I actually have pulled up the community guidelines for TikTok. And one of the things that they say on here is conspiratorial content that counters generally accepted beliefs and casts blame on a group or entity rather than any living individual, or that includes potentially misleading or harmful content about current unfolding events where details are still developing, are also ineligible for recommendations. So that kind of goes back to like a year ago on YouTube. You could not talk about the COVID-19 vaccine and without essentially ending up with a strike or a ban. This
We got our
week,
video. We
they
got a
took that
video
whole
removed
thing down.
last month, Charlotte. We had a video removed when we had medical professionals on about that. So there's still YouTube's still removing that stuff.
Yes, and they actually have a metric for it, but it's kind of arbitrary. I mean, you can show blood, but they never tell you how much. They just kind of say, well, if it gets to what we deem as a line, we will take it off. So that's a lot of from what I understand, the medical education community has run into massive bans with that.
Just out of curiosity, Shylo,
Oh.
you were saying recommendation, ineligible for recommendation. That's different than it being taken down, right? Like that's not a ban. That's just saying you can't get recommended.
Right, but with this typically comes a ban. They don't put you up, your views might be low, but they will ban you for it as well.
Okay, I just didn't want to confuse those two things, because there's definitely a sense in technology. One of the phrases that I hear a lot and that I think frames the conversation well is the difference between freedom of speech and freedom of reach. The idea that we'll give anybody an account, but that doesn't mean we're going to promote you. That doesn't mean we're going to recommend your TikToks to people through the recommendation algorithm. That doesn't mean we recommend your videos on YouTube through the recommendation album. People have to seek them out specifically.
So Mar has her hand up, and then a good friend of ours in here had a challenge for Nikki. So go ahead, Philip. Mar, go ahead.
A lot of it has to do with the algorithms too. I do see a lot of conservatives censored. I recently just got a 7-day ban because I decided to talk about the jab combined with 5G, and before I even right when I hit enter, it hadn't even. What? What's going on?
What's going on?
I removed him from the speakership, but he keep his mic muted and kept unmuting it.
Okay, and so right when I hit enter, it never even posted. They banned me. They said that I had spewed hate speech and that I got banned. I didn't even get an opportunity to question it, debate it, or whatever. I just got banned, and for 7 days. And it was like, wow, that was fast. I never even got to post it, and that's scary. That's scary when you could shut somebody down that fast to communicating with the world. I mean, who deems what hateful? I mean, if I called you a butthead, most people would think nothing of it, but some other person would think it's hateful. People's thinking is skewed. You know, it's everybody has a right to an opinion, and that's basically what social media is: a place to voice your opinion, a place to communicate with others, a place to share your ideas. We have a right to debate technology, medical things, everything that we are encounter. We have a right to debate that. Debate and speech is, our constitutional right. And to sit there and say, me as a conservative, I get banned before I even hit enter, and yet the same day I go and I see that there's somebody with porn on their page, and it's ridiculous to me, and then it's I see conservatives get deleted off every social media network site, not just Twitter. And you are right, Facebook is a little heavier than Twitter, but um, conservatives are getting banned left and right for their opinions of everything that's going on. But yet I see such terrible things being said by the other side and nothing's happening. Like, I literally was suspended from Facebook for saying something, and yet that person that I was debating with got to go on, and they called me way worse names than I was even saying. I try not to swear on Facebook, or any social media, so it's not like I was cussing people out. But yeah, he calls me an F and C, and he gets to stay, but I have to go. And so these are things I don't understand. It's like, if you're gonna be the censor police, then by God, censor everybody. You can't just censor one group. I literally got suspended for saying censorship sucks with Zuckerberg, right? And he suspended me for 3 days for that. So you have to be fair and consistent, and it's not fair and consistent. It's what's good for one group isn't good for the other group, and it's not right. And this is the problem I have. I don't mind you mediating your spaces. It's your right to do that. But if you're going to do it fair across the board, because you can create algorithms. I've seen it, to monitor that. And it seems like they're only monitoring certain people, and that's not fair.
Well, and hashtags as well.
Yeah.
The AI is very good at picking up the hashtags, and they have specific words that are keyed into the algorithm that you can't even say on, like, TikTok, for example. You can't say rape on TikTok. You can't say sex on TikTok at all, or you will immediately be flagged by the algorithm, and they will either put you under review, suspend you, or take your account completely. Nikki, go ahead.
So this is going to get me in a little trouble, but I honestly think a decent part of what's at play is what I'm about to say. Both sides aren't the same. And TikTok is not content neutral, and Facebook is not content neutral, and Twitter is not content neutral. If one side says, vaccines are good, and the other side says, vaccines will kill you, all three of the platforms I just named don't think those two are equally at fault in an argument. They think one of those views should not be on their platforms, and the other one should. And if one of them says, like, gay people are all pedophiles, and the other one says, gay people are a healthy, normal members of society, those views are not equal in the eyes of platforms and most Americans. And I think that we should stop pretending like, regardless of whether you think they should be equal. We should stop pretending like the platforms should think they're equal, because they don't. Like, Facebook does not think that calling gay people pedophiles and calling them healthy, productive members of society are equally moral things to say. They think one of those things is an okay thing to say on their platform, and the other one gets you banned. And so when I heard somebody say, oh, they should be treated equally, no, they shouldn't. These platforms have a perspective on what is healthy discourse, and they are not just saying, well, everybody gets to say whatever the hell they want. They believe that there is a certain sense of reality that they, that I think they believe represents what their users want to hear on net and what they think is going to be good for them commercially and politically. And so no, I don't think they do believe that, that they need to be equal, or that they need to be, fair in the way you're talking about. I think they believe that they need to have a set of guidelines that, reflect the type of behavior that they want to see on their platform, and then enforce that. And if that means banning a bunch of, Nazis, and not banning a bunch of, like, peace protesters, then that's what they're going to do, even though, you might have those two people getting into a ton of arguments against each other. There are not two groups that need to be treated equally in these situations. Sometimes one side is just wrong, at least in the view of social platforms.
Sean had his hand up. Do you want to say something?
I just want to say I popped in here because I saw a lot of my friends in here that I haven't seen all together in a while. I just want to say thank you, Jason, for another awesome space. Always fun to pop in here and talk to you guys. I always love the content you and Cats give us and put out. Also want to say hi to Judge and Nikki, and wish Judge luck on his campaign as we come into November. I'm sure he's working his tail off. October, getting closer to the election day, and I just want to say everyone should give him a round of applause so he can bring his election home.
Amen. Thank you, Sean, for saying that. We want to see him win that for sure. And anybody can give to his campaign to help him out, please do. He could really use it. So, and we really want to support him. Real quick, Shylo's talking about silencing on and free speech here, and Nikki, you're talking about that being unfair, but I recently had a friend put a scripture up, and they got banned. A scripture, and no scripture should be. You should not get banned for doing that. So if you're you cross a line by banning people, and all of a sudden now the tech companies can say, "Oh, well, we'll ban people who believe in God." That's not right. And there has to be a line that you say, we're not going to do this. We're not going to keep doing, we're not going to, well, this person said this before, so now we're going to target them. Anything they put up that has, that they want to help people out, now we're going to ban them. And so I just wanted to point that out too. But Shylo, what was the video you put with Joe Biden? Can you remind me what you did to alter it just for fun, and why they banned you?
And Jason, just quickly, what was the scripture?
I don't have the scripture right off the top of my head. I have to go find it, but it doesn't really matter. There's no scripture in the Bible. Judge would agree with me that should be banned from any platform, and I'm sure the judge.
If I can just respond to that, if I post like a gay pride thing and somebody responds with Leviticus 18:22 as a comment, I can see why the platforms would take that as
but telling them they can't post a quote from their religion, wouldn't that be religious discrimination on the platform, which is
exactly
under federal law?
No, it's absolutely completely legal.
They weren't attacking, but see, they weren't attacking gay people, so it had nothing to do with that.
I'm just giving an example of why that raised my eye. So.
I just think you cross a dangerous line when you start saying, "Oh, well, now we can do this. Oh, now we'll do this," and you start adding to it. You have to be careful of that.
The Muslims say some pretty effed up things in the what's it called, the Quran, and just because it's in a holy book doesn't mean that that most people would want some of those things when translated, sent to them, said to them. So I'm not sure I necessarily think that
as a Christian, I've been targeted. And we can talk about this another time, but I've been targeted as a Christian because of my beliefs and some things I've been through. And so I know it happens to Christians where it doesn't happen to Muslims, and it's not happening to other people in this country. is being targeted right now, and I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to say I'm not going to give up my faith in God for being targeted. So, but I understand where you're coming from, Nikki, but there's a fine line. That's all I'm saying. And so, anyways, Shylo, I was asking her, Kat, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Let's see. Does it work now?
Yes, it works.
Okay, that's good. Shylo, I have a question for you. So, assuming that Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter goes through, which it kind of sounds like it will, do you see him kind of altering things so that, at least in the perspective of most of the people in this room, that if there is censorship, it will be fair? Because it sure doesn't feel fair right now. It feels like the censorship comes down on the part of conservative people, not leftists. What are your thoughts on that?
I have really high hopes for it, but I think that as long as there are a lot of hands in the cookie jar, as they say, with so many people being able to get in and manipulate the algorithm, I want to say I heard that it was like upwards of 100 people had access to the Twitter algorithm that could ban, suspend, just as they saw fit. I'm hoping that some of those doors will close. I've seen some accounts coming back. There was a Donald J. Trump one that somebody, it's not like a parody account, but he just kind of shared the things from Truth Social. He was banned for a really long time and he came back. Alex Bernstein, who is a news journalist, also ended up suing Twitter over their censorship, and he won. We don't have the exact details on it yet, but he did win and get his account back. I'm hoping that with Elon taking over, if he in fact takes over, that they will make the algorithm public, similar to blockchain, so that that way people can see where things are being manipulated. But I think he's got a very hard row to hoe because there are a lot of people at Twitter that do not want to see this happen.
That's a possibility, but I also think that there are a lot of people at Twitter that want this over with and they want to make a paycheck, and if he's their boss, they're about the money, Shylo. So, but you
I
are
sure
correct.
hope so.
You are correct. There's about 100 people. Dan Bongino was able to get reports on that, and there is about 100 people that are that that have control of the have some sort of control where they can mess with the algorithms in Twitter. So you're correct on that, and we'll see what happens with that. But Shylo, how are you
Yes.
feeling about your first night?
Okay. I think I kind of rambled a bit. But like I said, it's my very first podcast, so I hope everybody can give me just a little bit of grace here.
I don't think you did bad at all, and I'm sure everybody in here would agree.
Oh, well, thank you. I really appreciate you having me on. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, and we want you back. We want you to do more if that's okay in the future, just for fun. And you're never alone in here. And Nikki likes to quote. Nikki's cool. He likes to bring the challenge, but he's really good. So, but
Bring it on. I'm ready for it.
so Judge, you there, Judge? Maybe you stepped away. I called you out when you weren't ready. Nikki, so we have a good idea. We want to test your theory. Uh, we want you to call Carrie Lake a hoe on one of your accounts and see if it gets banned for 12 hours. And see if you take the same treatment that the rest of us have gotten treated when we do stuff like that. and that was brought to you by our good friend. So
Sure. I have a backup account that I can
yeah,
use.
use the backup one. Don't use your good one. We don't want you. I just want to see if they ban you, if somebody gets offended by it, and
Do I
they
need
and you,
to tag her like at Carrie Lake, or can I just say Carrie Lake is a hoe?
that's all.
Oh,
That's all I
you
did with.
should at her in the war room and try to get drama started.
But use
Wait,
a
say that
different
again. I
account,
couldn't
Nikki.
understand you.
You should like CC Carrie Lake and her Carrie Lake war room account into that tweet.
The
God.
thing
You can
is,
always post at the top social experiment.
No, I'm definitely just going to do it.
well, don't do,
So
see. Well, I might have hashtagged one when I said that Kamala Harris was one, but but don't, but I didn't actually send it to her. I didn't send it to her like Twitter account or anything.
okay.
And it was back in earlier this year. I was like, well, we know how she got to the top. She's a hoe or something. And then I had put another tweet like 3 weeks later about her being, she's not very smart. She's a hoe. Well, in May, I got banned for 12 hours. I'm like, what did I get banned for? I don't do anything wrong. And so it was a 12-hour ban. And when I got done getting banned, Nikki, I found out I had to delete a tweet where I had called her a hoe. Well, then 2 days later, I get banned again. I'm like, what is going on? I have
Yeah.
not done anything. And it was the same type of thing. And so then I went and I looked to make sure I didn't have any more of those in there because I'm like, well, Twitter's being this, so I'm just gonna get them removed. So, but I didn't CC anybody in it, and all I did was call her that. And so we just want to see an experiment and see if it happens to you. Go ahead, Sean.
Sure. So what should the text be? Be specific.
You should like use you should bring back the Ottawa account and just go at it with them.
This is the Ottawa account.
Oh,
Sean, you're trying to start stuff, aren't you? With Carrie Lake,
but
He
like
wants
war
me to
room.
get in
war
trouble
room
to punish
is
me.
like run by 14-year-old teenagers or something like that with how they talk to people.
Yeah.
So somebody DM me the text you want me to use. I'll say Jason.
Okay. Well, you know what? I want help with this if we're going to do that. The judge needs to jump in on this. The judge has to be a part of this because he gave me the idea, Nikki, just to be honest. And so the judge has to be a part of this. So we can talk about this, but let me for the people that have their hands up, you don't have to leave right away, do you, Nikki? We can talk about this for a second.
No, I'm gonna make some hot chocolate.
Okay. Becky, you've been patiently having your hand up down there. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm home now and cracking my now second beer. So I've been listening since because I lost audio when I walked because I had you guys on my phone listening, and I got in my car, turned my car on, and when I don't know if it was my Bluetooth connection or whatever, but I lost complete audio and did not regain it back until I got home. So I missed like 20 minutes of it. And the more disappointing part about that was Judge was speaking. And you know how much I love me that Judge voice. You know how much I love that Judge voice. So I was like really upset about that. I literally said, "Damn it!" So anyway, so no, I've been listening, and and about what's going on with Shylo and the flagging, the censorship. This is my opinion on censorship or posts or things, whatever being removed. There is a time and place to say things. For example, if you're going to call somebody an F and blah, 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 do that in person. I mean, personal, derogatory, hateful attacks, I don't think those should be just out there in social media. And that's just my opinion because that can create a lot of turmoil, animosity. With that being said, if you're just making a joke about something, or, this is a really good example. When the debate with Joe Biden and Trump was going on, someone recreated the tweet with baby faces on their heads. Do you remember seeing that at all, Jason? Maybe, I don't know. Anyhow, I don't care what side you're on, one of the funniest things I had seen. I was snort laughing, tears coming out of my eyes, and I probably watched it like 10 times over because it was just so freaking hilarious. but it was, it was a joke. It wasn't meant to be derogatory or hateful. I don't believe in hateful speech, hateful words, like for example, like the C word. That was one of those things where my mom, in raising me, she did not want us using hateful words. But with that being said, she would also say, "Hey, baby, will you turn the TV up a C hair?" So, so she would use it in a playful way in that matter. But I maybe use that word twice a year, and it's usually when there's a jerk table and you have that one person that just makes you want to start. Trust me, there's been many times when I've looked up into to the sky and asked God for forgiveness for the things I was thinking about these people that are especially crappy tippers to boot. So, I mean, I can kind of see where censorship has its voice, but if it's, I mean, it should not be against religion. It should not be against someone making, playful things. I mean, well, look at Terrence Williams on Twitter. I follow that guy. He cracks me up, especially with his mama teas or cousin teas pancake things. I laugh like crazy watching that stuff. And then, he'll like, put a wig on and imitate somebody that's, in the video, and he'll be like eating popcorn or his pancakes or something, but he's doing it in a fun but yet almost serious way, but it's not being derogatory. And so I think people really need to separate the two of what is harmful, hateful, like the Tide Pod challenge thing, or things that you see on Twitter that are like harmful, or creating teens to do harmful things. Those are the kinds of things that should be banned, not political views, not religious views, but derogatory, personal, harmful attacks, I think should be. So I guess I'm kind of like somewhat on the middle of the fence there, but what you described, Shiloh, I don't see how or even why that should have been banned, because I see that kind of stuff all the time on social media. And Nikki, you can slap me for this one by saying this, but I can 100% guarantee anytime I saw that stuff from Trump or about Trump, it was never flagged, ever, 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 ever. But as soon as you go to the other side and start doing that to, the liberal side of things, it suddenly gets flagged as hateful speech or not acceptable in the community standards and blah, blah, blah. So I understand what you're saying with your viewpoint on that, Nikki, where, that's how that platform chooses to be. Well, then don't be a public platform. That have it only for liberals, only conservatives. If it's going to be a public platform, it needs to be fair to both sides. Okay, that's the Becky.
Well, here real quick,
Oh,
Becky.
yeah,
Shiloh's going to tell you. I think were you going to give us a
Yeah.
what happened to get you
Yeah.
banned from? Okay, go ahead.
Well, we all remember the infamous red background with the Marines, correct? That speech where he looks
yes. Oh,
very, very angry.
Yep, I did not see it. I had to ask Jason about it, make sure. I'm like, was that a faked photo
Yeah.
or was that the
Yeah.
real thing? I do remember that. Yes.
Well, and that was the video I had posted, and it was just a short clip of it, and I can't remember which part of it I had clipped, but alls I put in the caption was, "This isn't a good look," and TikTok took it down
But
for
did you put a
hate
mustache
speech.
on Biden?
No, no,
Oh, I thought you put a mustache on Biden.
no. But it was flagged for hate speech.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
see,
And
not
there
that
good.
is
alls I
ridiculous.
simply said was, "This isn't a good look." And it was
Wow.
taken down for hate speech. And that was what put my account at what they say account warning for banning. And that's how I got there. It was actually Biden who got me there.
That
Jeez.
is
Mar,
just
you had
crazy,
your
Shiloh. See, I missed that part because remember I said when I left work, Judge was talking, and then you must have jumped in with what was going on with you while I was coming home from work. So I came in on it like right as I think you probably got done describing that, and I cannot in my brain fathom why that would have gotten flagged, other than, like I said, if TikTok sways to the liberal side and does not want anything against liberals in any way, shape, or form being posted. That's the only thing I can come up with. But yet it's okay for someone to tell someone to kill themselves on Twitter. Yeah, okay.
right. Right. Well, and the real kicker about it is that there were multiple duets and stitches of that video, and not one of them were taken down. Just my original.
Wow, that's
Yeah, that's rude
crazy, and I'm
down.
sorry.
Yeah,
I really
just
am
my
sorry.
original. Well, thank you. Mara, you've had your hand up for a
Yep.
really long time. Would you like to
Yep,
jump
I'll
in?
shut up now. Thank you for letting me rant, by the way, and thank you, and welcome to the group, Shyla. I've never seen you before, so.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Hi, yeah, I do want to say something. So I have a perfect example to like segue all of this into the forum. A couple years ago, we had Kathy Griffin get on Twitter and held up the infamous head of Donald Trump, which was horrifying. I was horrified to see that. It was disgusting, and nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happened to her. She didn't get any slap. She didn't get any suspension. And to me, that's pretty damn hateful. I'm sorry. No matter how you look at it or what your views of him are, that is hateful because his children saw it, his wife saw it, everybody saw it, and that was gross. Imagine if you flip that to the other side, how the other side would feel about that. First of all, put yourself in that situation. How would you feel about it if that was your head being broadcast like that? That was just distasteful and uncalled for, and she should have been banned for that, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. And then you flip that. Jason says something harmless about Kamala, and he gets suspended. I mean, it's a definite, clear sign that it's what's good for one isn't good for the other. They could do whatever they want, whatever hateful thing they want to say, and it's okay. But if we try to say a scripture, or we say our mind about our opinion of this or our opinion of that, we get banned. I mean, it's clear we get banned. I mean, no matter how anyone sugarcoats that, we're getting banned, and it's unfair, and it's needs to stop. I mean, and censorship is like Becky was saying. I mean, there's a need for censorship, but not to the degree where you're silencing one side over the other. And Nikki, there is a fair way to do that. I mean, there's algorithms to adjust that. You can put algorithms on every single person, not just who you think should be silenced. And I do believe the bigger your group, the bigger your following is, the more they keen into you because you can reach a wider audience. I don't believe a person with a 400 follower account is going to get the attention of somebody, say 10, 20,000 followers, because obviously they could reach a higher audience. So obviously they're going to keen in more towards your bigger following groups, but it should be fair. There should be something that could say, hey, you know what, we don't really care what side you're on. Our algorithms are adjusted to where if you say this, this, and this, you're going to get banned. Doesn't matter who you are, but it just seems to be keen to one side, and it's obvious. And it's not just me or a few couple conservatives saying that; it's a wide range of people saying it. So it's going across the board, and it seems like it's always a red person getting banned and not a blue one, and that's not right.
Sean, thank you, Mar. Sean.
Yeah, I think these things are extremely important. I remember there were people who wanted to get Kathy Griffin arrested when that went down, which was kind of silly. She should have been banned because if a Republican did the same thing like that for Joe Biden, they would absolutely get kicked off the platform immediately, like without question. I guarantee it. I also just want to say good night, guys. I'm going to be heading out. A wonderful space as always.
Thank you, Sean. We appreciate you, man. We're gonna have Sean as a co-host at some point as well in the next couple months. I mean, I'm excited about that. So, Nikki, go ahead. You've been patient. Thank you for being patient as always.
It's fun to have this conversation. So how do you decide, for example, what is a dangerous medical or health, risk, like telling people to eat Tide Pods, and what is a political opinion like telling people not to get a COVID vaccine? Because to, a lot of people, and I think to Twitter and Facebook and TikTok, that's not a political opinion. It is exactly as much of a political opinion as telling people to not eat Tide Pods, which I think everybody agrees we should not let people come on here and try to tell people not to eat Tide Pods. The notion that there's some like totally even-handed way to do this that also recognizes that there are certain types of content we don't want on there. There are always going to be people who want that content on there and who think that that content is not, should not be banned. And so it's entirely a perspective thing. And when somebody said, well, don't hold yourself out there as a public platform, it's not like it's a government thing. This is a private business running a platform. Yes, they happen to be very large, though in the case of Twitter, not that large. And, they're not required to let anyone be a member if they're not behaving according to Twitter's standards. It's a private business. I think conservatives feel entitled to access all of these platforms and behave however they want. And it's like, no, I'm sorry. This is not the public square. It's a private club. And, if you come into my club and you're like touching all the girls and you're barfing on people, I'm going to kick you out. There is a standard of behavior. No, it's not, it's not determined by popular vote. It's determined by what Twitter thinks is best for Twitter.
Well, I have a solution for anybody for Facebook or whatever. I don't have a Facebook, and I'm so much happier because I don't have a Facebook. So there's a solution, and you can like double barrel middle finger Facebook by doing that. So yeah, there's a solution, right, Nikki? Cats.
Absolutely. I mean, if exit is a wonderful solution, if you don't like, there's no, the customer is always right in the sense that if a business is not selling you what you want, leaving is the best way to demonstrate that you are unhappy. And there is no obligation in this world that you participate in Twitter or TikTok. There are plenty of other places and things you can do to spend your time.
Exactly. Well, let's face it, Facebook is pretty toxic outside of politics as well and family stuff. And I just was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. So screw Facebook.
Have you seen the fights that mommy bloggers get into on Facebook? It is the most, it puts Twitter conservatives to shame. Those people are nuts.
Oh man. Yeah, no, I don't want to. Yeah, I believe you. I do believe you. Cats.
So, in respect to Kathy Griffin and the severed Donald Trump head, for which she never got in trouble, there have been quite a few other celebrities saying things that were against Twitter policy, and nothing happened to them. For example, Madonna said she wanted to blow up the White House, and that was when Trump was there, of course. There's some.
Johnny Depp said, we haven't had a presidential assassination in a long time. Maybe it's time we have one. And people let that stay on Twitter.
Yeah, and Robert De Niro has said things, about Trump's demise. There's some popular Hispanic male comedian. I can't think of his name. I could see his face, but he said something also similar. And there's been many other celebrities saying those sorts of things, but
Rob
nothing.
Reiner.
Yeah, meathead. But nothing happens to them. They can say all these horrible things, and then
Your internet's acting up, Cats. We can't. It sounds like you're a mouse in a house, and we can't hear you right now.
hey, don't insult me by calling me a mouse. But yeah, plenty of celebrities have said things that went against Twitter rules, but nothing happened to them. But I can guarantee you that if somebody came along holding a severed Biden head, they would be forever banned within 3 seconds. Honestly.
That's true. One thing I've learned from my good friend that's in the room is I've just learned how to just not say things like calling the vice president a hoe, just because I want to keep my Twitter space going, and so I've had to kind of toe that line, and that's fine. I still believe that she worked her way to the top doing that, but I don't need to tweet that. So, Becky, Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Nikki on this, and Nikki, by the way, I actually do enjoy the back and forth is probably not the right word to use, but I enjoy. Well, actually, no, the playful word I'm going to use the banter because I understand your views and I respect them. With that being said, if Twitter, for example, is going to ban one side from saying something hateful, derogatory, harmful, um, outrageous, then they should also ban the other people from saying that too. It needs to be fair all around the board. It can't just be, if they're well, if Twitter's going to have like a liberal stance, then they need to be welcoming opinions and comments from all people. But if there's going to be something that's harmful, hateful, derogatory, threatening, it needs to be banned from both sides, not just from something to the people that don't fit their narrative. And if you want to pipe in while I'm talking, I'm totally okay with that, as long as Jason's okay with that.
Well, really quick, we'll go a little farther in our overtime, but what I want to do is Shiloh's battery's going to die, and I want her to know how thankful we were for her tonight. She'll be a co-host again in the future, as long as she really wants to, which we love having her here, and Katz agrees, I can tell. And so I just want to close in prayer, but we're not done yet. You guys can stick around if you want, but if Katz and Shylo, I don't want to keep Katz here unless she wants to stay. The people that want to stick around for another 20 minutes or so and we can talk about this, that's fine, but I want to at least close in prayer and let Shylo get going and everything. But thank you so much for being here, Shylo. So let's close in prayer and then we'll go on with what you're talking about, Becky. We're not done. So,
Okay.
Father God, I thank you for everybody here tonight. I thank you for a great forum. I thank you, Lord, for protecting everybody here and that we can all just get along and learn to work together in this country because we all love this country and we want to see it succeed in being the country that we all love. I thank you, Lord, for the hate to be gone. I thank you that, Nikki is right about hate. We don't want to hate each other. I just thank you, Lord, that you'll help us to learn how to get along better in every city, every state, every county, every town, every area of this country, that we learn to get along better and that we can learn how to have balance in the speech, the hate speech, and just work together. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen to that.
Amen.
For those of you that don't want that, for those of you that got to go, Shiloh had to go. Thank you for being here, Cats. If you want to stick around, you can. We're gonna do a little bit of an extra overtime because Becky's got some good stuff to say, and then also the judge and I want Nikki to call Carrie like a hoe on Twitter and see what happens on one of his Twitter accounts. So go ahead, Becky.
Yeah, so I mean, I just really want to. I mean, I've never had it. I mean, I'm usually listening to Garrison and Nikki go back and forth, and I'm not saying I really want to have it back and forth with Nikki, but I really want to understand why you think it's okay for any platform to allow viewpoints from one side. When I say viewpoints, I'm talking derogatory, hateful, harmful, threatening to be okay, but another side, it not okay. I really would like to understand why you think that that's okay, because that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from you. So I'm inviting you to. I'm not saying debate or whatever. I'm really curious. I want to peek, like get inside your head and understand.
Sorry, I'm stirring up hot chocolate, so you may hear some scratching noises in the background.
No, that's totally fine. I'm about to crack. Actually, no, wait. I'm not about to. I did just crack my third beer. So go ahead.
There you go. For me, I think the biggest thing is that I think private businesses have the ability to decide what type of activities, what type of content is going to occur in their facilities. I think that was true. That was a tenet of American business before the internet, and it remained a tenet of American business after free association. So I think that, in the same way that, wouldn't necessarily have wanted to allow, uh, nudity in your, roller derby, or, people to, be screaming obscenities at each other at your, kids, laser tag, or, people to be, throwing fruit in your, botanical gardens. Like, every private organization has standards of conduct that is what they use to make the experience good overall. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable for Twitter and every other, for mylittlepony.com, for all the random, like, we think of Twitter, Facebook, Google, but there's also a million other little tiny websites that have their comments sections and have their discussion sections, and it's the same for them as well. The internet works because each space is able to decide what type of conversations, what type of content they want to have there. The only reason we're having this conversation is because Twitter is big. If this were mylittlepony.com, or PokemonDebates.com, like, no one.
Pokemon debates. Sorry, go
Hey,
ahead.
if we were arguing over, like, what the best, like, Pokemon, like, no one would care. And it's like, on those websites, you definitely do not want people, like, posting pornography or, like, yelling about politics, because it's about debating whether Squirtle is better than Meow, whatever it's called.
Well, that's a
You know?
little bit different though than
No, because the same rules apply. The same
no, not
legal
really.
rules apply.
No, hear me out here really quick. So, okay, Twitter, like you said, huge platform. So if I were to say, like, let's say I was a liberal, which I'm not. I'm a not strong right conservative, because I also believe that marijuana should be legal. I'm a huge LGBTQ. I think I got all the letters right. Person. But I also, I have many friends that are gay, that are, I have a few that are trans. I love all people. With that being said, I also don't think it's okay for Twitter to say a conservative can't speak against a liberal, but yet it's okay for a liberal to speak against a conservative. That is where I'm going with that. So and also too, like with Facebook, there were so many posts. Actually, I even remember around the time of the campaign thing going on. I can't remember what it was, but it was a post for Trump that I retweeted from somebody else, and it got flagged and it got taken down. But I cannot tell you how many, like, hateful things I saw on Facebook or hateful things I saw on Twitter about President Trump during the election time, or even now, for God's sake. It's been what, 2 years, that are allowed to be spoken about, and if they're not flagged. But anytime anything is said against a liberal or an independent slash liberal person, like someone that leans more toward the liberal side, it gets flagged or derogatory. I don't, that's the part I'm trying to understand. Yeah, or Twitter's a business. I get that. But if they're going to makes one thing, label one thing as hateful and not right for one side, they have to do it for the other side too.
Becky,
that's where I'm going with that.
Becky, do you have children, if you don't mind me asking?
I have four. I have a 29-year-old, a 26-year-old, a 19-year-old, and an almost 15-year-old.
Well, there you go. When they were a little younger and they were, in, like, elementary school, junior high school, that kind of thing, did they ever get in fights?
Actually, no.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Although there was one time my little Gabe got in trouble because he was trying not to use a bad term, because a boy was kind of picking on him, and he called him chocolate instead of a black person, because he was trying to find a word that wouldn't be bad.
So, well, you're apparently a very impressive parent, because my brother and I used to fight, not physically fight, but argue and, get into tiffs occasionally. And, every so often my mom would get involved in, and she would have to adjudicate the disagreements that we were having. And one of the common complaints from both me and my brother, depending upon the day, was that oh, you're not being fair. You just punish him when it's something that's going on. And to some degree, that may have been accurate, that there were certain things that she didn't care about. And so if I did them, she didn't give me crap for it. But when he did them, when he did something else, she gave him crap for it. Or the reverse, quite honestly. Maybe if I made more noise or something like that about it, that I got. Twitter is trying to do that kind of mediation for tens, if not hundreds of millions of active accounts. And
they suck at it. Okay,
yeah, well, so do most parents, as it turns out. Most parents are bad at adjudicating that kind of thing, and so But I also do come back to like I think that the guidelines are not equal. There is no sense. I think if you actually look at what they moderate, even when they're doing it well, that they are moderating the I think the things said, let me put it this way, the things said by conservatives are much more likely to be offensive to the Twitter rules than the things said by liberals are. That it just very plainly the viewpoints of conservatives and the way that they are expressed on Twitter is much more likely to flag with the rules that exist for these platforms. And I understand why conservatives don't like that. But I also think that they have their reason for doing it, because they have a worldview that influences what they think should be on their platforms. Things like vaccines are good and they work, and when people say that they don't, it's bad, and we're not going to let them do that. Or, when they lie about whether or not, the election was free and fair, that kind of disinformation is not going to be allowed. And I know you guys disagree with that.
How about vaccines, which do make me sick? If I say that, I get banned anyways. That's a truthful statement. There's a problem with that, Nikki, when they're taking, okay, vaccines make me sick, so I'm not going to take them. Oh, we're going to ban you. You're going to ban me for saying that when it's the truth? It's the truth. I'm the one that's lived the experience. Give me a freaking break.
Well, but they have medical doctors, and so they're trusting, establishment medical opinion on this stuff more than they are individual people's lived experiences.
Well, the thing is, I'm not going to take a vaccine just because their medical doctors say I should, when I've experienced what I've experienced in my life, and I'm a healthy adult who exercises and stays in shape. And
no one's
what?
saying you have to. No, Twitter is not trying to force you to take the vaccine. They're just saying you can't advocate for your perspective on it on their platform. That's what they're saying. You can
But
feel.
yeah, it's okay for the liberals to push the vaccine and them to say you have to have it, you must get it, you need to have it. The science is there, when obviously science is wrong at this point with it.
Well, from the perspective of Twitter, yes.
But it's so. But
From the perspective of Twitter, it is the perspective of Twitter. Nikki is right about that, Becky.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. So if one narrative is okay, the opposite narrative, the positive and the negative, because yin and yang, you can't have for example, with God, the reason why I know God exists is because evil exists. You can't have one without the other.
Okay, but how is that different than you should eat Tide Pods? No, you shouldn't.
But what I'm saying is,
Where are you coming up with the Tide Pods thing? You keep bringing that up, Nikki.
Because I brought it up because that was something that was on TikTok. It went viral, and the Tide Pod challenge thing, people putting the kids putting Tide Pods in their mouth. Yeah, that was, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
So yeah, no. How do you distinguish the two?
Because obviously it's a toxic chemical. It's a cleaning agent, and you should not be eating a cleaning agent. I'm sorry. And and TikTok allowed it, and several teens, I'm not sure the exact number, but died because they thought, oh, hey, this is cool because TikTok said it was. But yet someone posts something funny about a politician and it's not okay. That's where I'm kind of going with that. And the Twitter mandate on what's okay and what's not okay needs to be fair across the board. For example, it should not be okay to personally attack. I mean, like when I say personally attack, I mean personally attack another human being, whether it's on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. I mean, stating an opinion is one thing, but personally attacking somebody is another, and they're allowing personal attacks on conservatives. But if you do it against liberals, you're automatically banned or flagged or in, well, what's called Facebook jail for X amount of days or hours or what have you, just because you said something against someone therefore.
Right.
That should not be okay, even if it's not derogatory. If it's just saying, you know what, the Let's Go Brandon thing.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that has not been banned. I really am, because
But they are sending bots out when you put "Let's Go Brandon," who comment on your thing and say, "Oh look, you're a pedophile," like stupid stuff like that. It's like, dude, knock it off. Like Twitter has bots that have come and attack you if you use certain words and stuff. So while they may not have banned you, Becky, they're doing other things to try to attack you when you do that. You know what I mean?
yeah, and so at this point, I just kind of choose to not state some of those things just because I don't want to be banned, because, well, then I wouldn't be able to come here. This is a place where I feel we can be free with one another and respectful with one another. And and so that's why I love this space so much. And also why I also enjoy having you here, Nikki, because I really do like hearing your insight and your viewpoints on things. But what it comes down to is there needs to be a balance. If one thing is negative against one side, it also needs to be negative on the other.
So here's my question: is like, this is the thing: is you're speaking in these very broad terms, in terms of it has to be fair. One thing is negative on one side; it has to be negative on the other. First off, these things don't necessarily only have two sides. Like a lot of issues actually are meaningfully complicated and have lots of
a lot of gray areas. I agree with that.
If you don't mind letting me, I tried to interrupt you a couple of times and didn't.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
If I can't interrupt you, I'd prefer you not do it to me. But I think that like it's the notion that like there is some objective standard of fairness other than what feels fair that we can reach, or that there is some objective standard of like it's okay to block content when they're talking about suicidal, like taking chemicals that'll kill you either intentionally or accidentally, but it's not okay when they're talking about telling people not to get treatments for cancer. If you're on here telling women that Laetrile is the right solution to breast cancer rather than getting chemotherapy. I know a lot of people who would say that's reasonable because it doesn't do anything, and there are people who would say, yeah, go sell your poison. It's up to you. People can make up their own minds. Like, it is incredibly difficult to draw that line between and to say, well, what's fair to which people. And there's always going to be somebody that gets pissed off because they think that their content is reasonable, and Twitter and maybe most of society thinks that it's harmful. These terms are objectively subjective. Harmful does not. There's no rubric for harmful. It depends on the people who are making the decision, and the people who are making the decision in this case are Twitter and the law. Like they have to follow the law. Even if Twitter decided tomorrow that and I'm just saying this as an example, child pornography was fine to have on the platform. That Twitter couldn't do that because it's illegal. You know what I mean? So there are still limiting factors even on them. But I come back to then the question of who is it okay to malign and to what accounts? If I call Jason like a dunderhead, I don't think anybody would say that should ban him on Twitter. Whereas if I call Cats a groomer, and of course I'm referring to the fact that she has cats and she grooms her cats, not the other thing. but like, like, and up in that, that sort of spectrum, like, when are there things I could call you, Jason, that you think I should be kicked off the platform or muted for? What if I just straight up slander you and I say you did this with this person and da 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 da, you blah blah blah, and like, should that get me banned, or should I be able to make up wild accusations about you? Like, this is hard. It's legitimately complicated, and it's always easy to be like, I know the answer, I know the standard, it should be this, or it should feel like this. It's meaningfully.
If you called me anything, Nikki, I know you're joking around because
Yes.
we're friends. But
Yes.
Hey,
but
I just want to.
Herc has his
Yeah, I was gonna
hand
say, yeah,
raised.
Herc has his hand up, and yeah, please pipe in, Herc.
Thanks, everyone. I didn't want to blow up the room when Shylo was around. I felt bad that she was so anxious about her performance. I thought she did really well for her first time out.
Oh yeah, she was great.
I wanted to talk about a couple things. First off, you guys danced around the issue. Nikki mentioned that there's more than two sides, and nobody's given the leftist side. Actually, several hundred leftists, mostly socialists and Greens, were kicked off Twitter the night before the latest electoral college tyranny. And the reason for that, I imagine, is because they couldn't be dismissed as neo-con artists or some kind of alt-right nut jobs, that they were actually giving real criticism to the undemocratic party. And I really am 100% convinced that the Twitter gods are taken over by the undemocratic party, because the war criminal Trump did such an effective job of using it as a bully pulpit. And I think that's the main reason why people that are on the right wings of the side of the spectrum, or the far right, are more easily targeted. And maybe that also has to do with who is reporting them. Because, as Mamacita said, someone like me with a few hundred followers, I can get away with a lot more than someone like Jason can. And I actually have. I've done spaces with the topic of, should our war criminal presidents be executed? Nothing happened to me because people have tuned me out. I can say the most incendiary stuff, it seems like, and I won't get anything more than a shadow ban. But what's really troubling is that I can post something relatively innocent and it'll get shadow banned. And I'll show you an example. When Philip Drake was in Kentucky, I think Country Gentleman, who his running mate, was there as well. They noticed that the National Guard was just there for a photo op. And they reported to me that the mayor of one of the worst hit towns was asking people not to donate to the major nonprofits, that the money wasn't getting to the people who needed it. And I posted Drake's comments along with the video of a woman being rescued on top of a roof. You guys can check it out. It's at the Nest now. Within 10 minutes, it was shadow banned. And I thought, why would they do that? Why, I'm not a threat. And the tweet is relatively harmless, but it's because they don't want people reflecting on the war criminal Hyden's administration. And it seems pretty obvious, whether you're left or right, that you have to go along with the governmental narrative. And that extends to the vaccines. And I'll use those in quotes because they're not really vaccines. The CEO of one of the major corporations even said most recently that it was an experimental gene therapy, that if most people before the pandemic had been asked to take it, they probably would have gotten around 5% of the people to take it that they did. So why would they do that? Why would they impose vaccines that don't work, that, they work now a few percentage points, but they actually have come out in the UK and other countries that they're causing more deaths. That your chance of death is several hundred times more percentage-wise if you have taken the vaccine or you haven't. Well, it seems pretty obvious. It was tied into the big pharma bandits, and also it's probably something to do with keeping us uh, confident that we can't transmit the virus if we take this jab. And that was the false narrative, that the unvaccinated were causing the pandemic to be extended. Well, it's been proven over and over again that they lied to us about so many things, that they just pulled stuff out of their butts. And what was the result of that? Many more billionaires in the big pharma industry. So I'm curious, Nikki, what do you have to say about your precious vaccines?
I mean, I've gotten a bunch of them and I haven't gotten COVID, so I'm pretty happy.
And have you known anybody who got a vaccine injury and had to go through the government to get their pittance of taxpayer funds to enable the big pharma bandits to keep all their profits?
No, because it's not a statistically significant thing.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I don't have the figures to back that up, but it's sickening how people will just accept whatever the government lays out upon us. And this is a prime example. We know they don't work. We know the masks didn't work. We know that if we were to use, if there was a real airborne virus, they would have insisted we use surgical masks, that we don't exercise in them and we don't touch them. And Texas Girl laid it out pretty well, and Dr. G as well. So I'm still just flabbergasted that you would go up against them, Nikki, when you're not in that profession. Obviously, you're a smart guy and you've read up on the subject. But I remember the case of Ralph Nader going up against Congress, and then there's all these tools saying that cigarettes didn't cause lung cancer, and we didn't need seatbelts, and that's the same equivalent of what we're going through with this experimental gene therapy. Anyway, I've rambled for a while, and I see a hand up. Go ahead, Becky.
Yeah, thanks. I'm probably the worst one to be speaking about vaccines. Not that I've had them, just because, I went through a thing with a family member, my sister that lives here in town, and she really has no voice because she doesn't vote. So, with that being said, anyway, no, one of my actually, I'm doing 6 of my servers. I'm a manager for a corporate restaurant, not the GM, but I'm like one of the managers at a corporate restaurant. And everyone there that has had COVID has had the vaccine or has had a vaccine. And so the way I was raised about vaccines, for example, there's the polio, there's what's the one that begins oh gosh, because there's mumps, rubella, there's diphtheria, all those things we are vaccinated against. And what a vaccine is supposed to do is to prevent those things. And I'm just going to throw a number out there. I would say 90 to 95% of the people that get those vaccines do not get what they're vaccinated against. Same thing with like hepatitis B, because I used to be in healthcare. I was given the hepatitis B vaccine. I have been exposed to hepatitis B, never once got it. And so what the COVID vaccine was, and by the way, I'm not looking at my phone, so I don't know if anybody's responding or looking, whatever. I'm looking in the corner of my wall, but it's because I need a focal point so I can speak clearly, because I'm now on my 4th beer. With that being said, a vaccine is supposed to prevent illness. And So, like with the flu, the only time you can transmit the flu is if you actually have the flu. With COVID, you can transmit it without symptoms, asymptomatic, and then Herc was right. You could give it to anybody. If you're asymptomatic and have it, you can give it to anybody. But with the flu, you can only really transmit the flu unless you have the flu. And that is kind of like an oxymoron. I think I just spoke. Okay, the point I'm getting at is it was presented as if you get the vaccine, you're not going to get COVID, you're going to prevent it from spreading to other people. That is how it was laid out to us. The boosters, get the booster. How many freaking boosters have we had now? I mean, think about that. How many boosters have been out? And you know what? I actually ended up getting COVID. I found out I had COVID New Year's Eve day. And I'm not gonna lie, I kicked my butt. I mean, I had a bad cold, but the biggest part was the fatigue with it. And the only thing that had changed was I stopped wearing my mask. So for like 2 months, I wore a mask just because in my brain, I'm like, okay, well, that was the only thing that changed. So I'm just gonna wear my mask for a little while and blah blah blah. Well, I don't even care anymore. I mean, like, there's a chance that one of the employees at work has COVID. I'm like, I don't give a rat's ass anymore. And the reason I don't give a rat's ass is because one of the people that got COVID at work, he has had all the vaccine stuff, all the boosters, everything. And he still got COVID. Actually, he's had it 3 times now. 3 times. So, what is this vaccine actually doing? And one of my dear friends and one of my GMs from when I was living in Iowa at the same corporate restaurant, last December, she got a booster. And I don't know if I'm saying this word properly, but she got the Guillain-Barré syndrome, whatever that is, the neurological disorder. She is literally just now back to work. She was out of work for 8 months because of that booster that she got. And then we're hearing now of increase of miscarriages, an increase of younger people having heart defects and heart attacks. And then when my son works for a grocery store that they were requiring vaccines, and if you didn't get a vaccine, you had to continue wearing a mask. And at the time, he had just turned 18, and both his dad and myself, because we're divorced, expressed our viewpoints about whether or not he should get the vaccine. And then we said to him, at different times, go do your research. And then a week later, he came back and he's like, there is no way in hell I'm getting that vaccine. Because we put it in his hands to do the research, not to listen to what the narrative is telling. He actually researched it and chose not to get the vaccine. And I'm very thankful as a mom that he did not. Because honestly, I want grandbabies. I've heard some weird things. The conspiracy theory things, obviously, on some of those, but you just never know. And anytime anybody posts anything about getting the jab, Twitter flags it, Facebook flags it. I don't really follow TikTok, so I don't know how much is going on there. And I just click on the X, don't want to hear about it. And what am I trying to go with this? Back to the whole censorship thing. It does not really matter what the owner thinks. They should be fair to all people. It should be, if you're going to say derogatory things about somebody else and allow it, then it needs to go both ways. And as far as the hurtful, hateful, you were asking, Nikki, what is hurtful, hateful? What I'm talking about is direct personal attacks, not just saying, yeah, so and so's an idiot. Yeah, he doesn't believe in this and blah blah blah. I don't agree with him. That's one thing. But saying you are a horrible human being and you just need to die, that's being derogatory and threatening. Those kinds of things should not be allowed on any platform, no matter what side you're on. And that is where I was going with that originally before I started on the rant about the vaccine. I apologize. I'm going to blame beer on that one. I'm going to mute my mic now.
I still come. Go
Well,
ahead.
thank you, Becky, for for bringing up your stuff. You had a response, Nikki? Nikki.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, again, it come back to, well, what's fair? You know what I mean? Because, like, I'll give you a great example. If I was making the argument that if I was talking on Twitter and posting instructions about how to torture cats on Twitter, I think some people would say that I should get banned for that. I think some people would say that's promoting animal cruelty. I think some people would say it's free speech. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm not doing anything, but it's awful. Now, at the same time, there's a Jewish religious practice called kaparot, where in advance of the high holidays, it's a cleansing ritual where the ultra religious will basically spin a rooster over their heads and then slaughter it. And the biggest complaint about that is it's animal cruelty. And so, you know, like like I said, these are difficult issues, and there are going to be people who think that talking about the right way to torture your cat is content that should be removed from Twitter. And then there are other people who are going to think that, I say even more people certainly who are going to think that, posting pictures of said activities should be removed from Twitter. On the other hand, what about slaughtering pigs? I think people who are farmers would say why can't I post pictures of myself, slaughtering my hogs during whatever the hog equivalent of harvest season is. Um, these are complicated questions. And I don't think there's an easy way in advance to draw the line again between you should eat Tide Pods versus you should take my herbal remedy instead of getting your cancer treated versus you should get a vaccine. And I do think we have an obligation to try to keep kids safe and people safe, to not let people post instructions for suicide, to post chemicals that you can drink, to, all of those sorts of things. So it's like, when I say this stuff is hard, it's legitimately hard. And at the same time, when I say that, it's not politically neutral, that's because it's not politically neutral. The notion that if we had like a Nazi party in this country and that their opinions should be equally valued to like the Peace and Justice Party, it's just not true. And I'm not saying that those are the two parties we have. I'm saying that, there are things the Republican Party believes in that are antithetical to what Twitter wants to allow on its platform. And there are things the Democratic Party believes in that are not. And that may be because the Twitter is run by a bunch of, San Francisco liberals, but it is, and so like, I understand this point about, well, they have to be fair. Yes, they have to be fair. And I think they do try to be fair, but they try to be fair according to a worldview and a notion of, um, content, of positive content that does not align with the other people in this space other than me.
Yeah. Nikki cracked me up. Okay. We're going to be closing down soon, but we're going to give final thoughts to the people with the microphones. And so just a second, but Katz has her hand up. Go ahead, Katz.
Nikki, next time could you use dogs as your example, not cats?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm with
You
Katz on
should
that because I love my cats.
you should
Hey, what
specifically
about
use
dogs?
Okay, so thank you for everybody's passion on this stuff, and so I really want to give anybody that has a closing statement on this stuff. Judge, is your microphone open, or are you not here? I think the judge might be asleep or something because I haven't been able to get a hold of him in a bit. That's fine. Jeannie, you want to give it? Oh, 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 there he is. Go.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you have any closing statements on this stuff?
Ask me, what was the question again?
We've been talking about free speech, and Nikki's laughing at you. Talking about free speech and the just vaccines and stuff. And by the way, speaking of that, Katz and I are going to remove this video from YouTube as soon as it hits YouTube because we know that YouTube, the communist YouTube, will censor it. So we're just going to give YouTube the double barrel and remove it and just have it on Rumble. So at least it'll be somewhere. But go ahead, Judge. You want any final thoughts on that?
Podcast. Come on, one of these days.
Yes, we'll get it, Nikki. We'll get it, buddy.
Yes.
I do want to get.
Well, with regard to free speech, I'm all for it. Exercise your First Amendment rights.
So
I think the judge is tired.
yeah, Judge. I'll tell you what, Judge. I'll tell you what, Judge. When you come in next week, or when this campaign's over and you're more awake and not so tired, because we know you've been working your butt off. By the way, please support the judge. Please, if you guys want to give him, support his campaign. Judge, will you please put that in the nest for people? And then, that's my final thoughts for you, Judge, if you can do that for us.
I don't even know if there's a way to put that in the nest without putting all of my business on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't do that then. Yeah, don't do that. We don't want to do that to you.
But if you're interested in helping in that kind of way, if you'll send me a private message, I'll send you the link to give.
That's perfect. Perfect. Yeah, if you guys want to help him, do it that way because I want to protect your information, Judge. Jeannie, do you have any final thoughts? She's been quiet for a while too. She might be asleep. Herc, do you want to give some final thoughts, buddy?
Yeah. First off, Judge, you could put a link to your website on your Twitter profile. So if anybody stumbles across your Twitter profile, they can just hit that and see what you're all about.
www.votecartret.com.
So the idea that the government is lying to us is something we have to be conscious of, and we have to investigate this. And I know the CIA has made it so that anybody who has conspiratorial ideas is labeled a conspiracy theorist. That was by design to discredit anybody who called them on their evil shenanigans. And a lot of the stuff that was conspiracy theories when I was in the 80s and 90s studying this has now come to pass. Some food for thought there. One of the most recent things I've come across, I've shared it on the Nest, is that plastics are now being fed to livestock. And there's a really startling TikTok video of all things, which the person got fired for. And it's really disgusting. You need to look at this video. I want to say that it was a great space. I wish I'd had a chance to weigh in on Tulsi, but that's long gone. I want to say that Shylo did a wonderful job, and I hope to hear from her again. It's really interesting to hear people from other platforms come on. And although I'm not interested in joining TikTok, I admire what the people do and how they market themselves and use it to their advantage, whether it's a politician or some kind of social influencer. So I want to give a shout out to Country Gentleman who has his hand up. He's the vice president candidate for the Philip Drake campaign. I'm curious what he has to say about this stuff. It's really terrible what Twitter is doing. It should be a public square. It shouldn't be a private club. Yes, there should be high standards, but it should be uniform across the board. And just go and look at what Greta Thunberg goes through. Look at the comments. I've filed complaints many times, probably in the double digits, and only one has gotten taken down because it was a fake porn pic. And so the idea that leftists aren't targeted is just wrong. Neoliberals are not leftists, and that'll be my last word.
Well, we appreciate you, Herc, and you know you're a good guy, and you're always a part of our conservative political forum family. So, I just want you to know that. Nikki, final thoughts.
This was fun as always. I'm sorry I couldn't be here for the whole thing. I had multiple competing spaces I had to go to. It's the downside of being having a lot of friends is you have to jump into multiple different things. I also had dinner and stuff like that. But no, fun as always.
Well, God forbid you eat. No, I'm just kidding. Right?
I'm trying to lose weight. It's not easy.
No, trust me, I know. I've
Very
been
easy.
working.
I'm having soup for dinner tonight. Like that's my thing. Is it's annoying. It's like when I was 20 something. Like I was still starting out, and it was like,
Hmm.
can I afford to eat this or whatever? Now it's literally, I'm old enough, and it's like, can I afford to eat this? But it's a very different kind of afford. I
Yes,
want
I'm
to step
with
Oh,
you
yeah.
on that one.
tomorrow, and
Well, Nikki, all you got to do is be like me and take the shot of diabetes, and then you'll lose without even trying.
yeah, that's
That's true, and it's not a good thing, Judge. Not what you're going through.
Goodness.
Um,
But I've dropped 40 pounds, so hey, there's a little silver lining.
yeah, no,
so glad
that's good. Yeah, I've been on my 12th week of working out, and I've gotten a lot better myself from doing that, Nikki. So I know what you're talking about, and eating. Sometimes you have to stop yourself from eating things. So I'm with you. Um, Becky, final thoughts. Becky going once. Becky
No,
going
I'm
twice.
here. Sorry, I swiped wrong. No, I honestly, like I said earlier, I just really enjoy this space that I feel like we can, be real with each other and talk about things and not be hateful. And even though we may not always agree on things, Nikki, um, but no, I really and I think it's a great platform for us keeping it real, no matter our opinions. And as like with regards to Shylo, yes, I thought she did a great job and was and on she made herself very vulnerable, expressing those things because that it's kind of if you get banned, I mean, or whatever, I mean, that's like it's kind of it almost looks like the industry is giving a personal attack on you, and I don't think that's the right thing to do for people. Maybe saying, "Hey, are you aware that you did this? Why don't we talk about it? See if this is okay to post, rather than just automatically banning it and let somebody else, hang a dummy head of Trump, being bloodied and whatever, you know." Oh, sorry for the beep. I decided I'm going to make homemade pizza at the end of the night here. Um, by the way, it's fat-free pizza crust I'm making. Anyway, that was for you, Jason. So no, legit, it is fat-free pizza crust. Tastes amazing. All you gotta do is just season it up. It's all about the seasoning, all about the flavor. And back to the whole censorship thing. I keep on going back and forth with this about Nikki. It does not matter whether it's a public or private platform. If you're gonna say someone is being hateful to someone else, then the other side being hateful to someone else should also be bad. It needs to go both ways, and that's all I'm getting at. I mean, like if someone like, well, God forbid, like a liberal posted porn and then a conservative posted porn, which is one is going to get flagged first, the liberal or the conservative, or they both, you know, it's not a matter of first, second, or third. Who's going to get banned? And with the way things are going right now, a hell of a lot more conservatives get banned from things they say on Twitter, even if it's not derogatory, than liberals. And that's all really I was trying to express earlier. So I'm making my pizza and I'm going to listen to the final comments from anybody else, and then I will say goodnight.
Thank you, Becky. We appreciate your opinion. Country gentlemen, welcome to the room. You can give some final thoughts, and you're more than welcome to come in here and hang out with us. Sometimes Herc is one of our buddies, so
Yeah, thank you, Herc. Send me that video, the plastics feeding the animals plastics. If you don't care, uh, I just want to say, I'm for freedom of speech 100% outside of an influence of children. Uh, that's a 100% for adults, but when you go to influencing children, that's where I would draw the line. But 100% freedom of speech.
thank you, country gentlemen, and thank you for pitching in. And I want to thank all of you for coming. I want to give a couple of quick updates for our future. We got a lot of good stuff going on. Nikki will be co-hosting on November 2nd, and I'm sure he'll have some good stuff. And if he does well, he might be co-hosting more often. We just want we we have some guidelines here, but Nikki did an amazing job tonight. Wouldn't you say so, Kat? With his he's having some control, some good control on his language stuff.
Yes, except for the dog part. I mean, the cat part.
Oh, she's offended by that, Nikki. That the dog. She wants you to use a dog as an example and not cats anymore.
Sounds good. I will. Any negative thing will be said about dogs and not cats.
Thank you, because that's all we have in my house too is cats. We have two cats. In fact, my little one over there. So yeah, we get it. But no, as always, can I just thank everyone for being here? I cannot believe how this has grown. We are on YouTube, we are on Rumble, and we will be on a podcast. I'm going to get Nikki's help with that at some point and get that going. And I'm very excited, Nikki, and I am very thankful for your help and at some point getting that going. I've just been really busy. I'm finally going to take a couple of days off next week with my birthday coming up and have a 4-day weekend and stuff and take a break. I haven't been so busy with work and then this stuff. So we're going to be doing a lot more. We have an election time coming up. We're going to be running on election night. So if you don't have a place to go and you want to just kind of get updates, please come and hang out with us. I know that Jeannie will be here, I believe. I saw her tweet today about that. Katz is going to just be a speaker that night because on the very next night for our forum, she's going to do double education. So she's going to do double duty and she'll be the rested one because I'll probably be tired from the night before, how late ever we go. So we're going to give Katz kind of a break so that she's rested and ready for the forum. And she's going to do double education on that night. And then we are going to have, man, I'm excited, guys. We're going to have trivia in the middle of November. Like, we're not going to have the night before Thanksgiving. We're actually going to have no forum that night because I want you to be with your families and stuff. So we'll have one Wednesday we miss in November and 2 in December we'll miss for Christmas and New Year's time. But that's because I want people to be with their families or hang out and have fun. And but those are the only breaks we're going to take because we don't like taking breaks. We like to talk about stuff, huh, Cats?
Yeah. When's your birthday, dude?
The 22nd of October.
Okay.
So,
yeah, mine's 21st.
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome. See? All the good birthdays are in October. All your birthdays, though, were in whenever you're born. They're all good, too. So I'm just playing with y'all. But yeah, we're just going to keep having fun. And Nikki's one of our trivia people when we do trivia on Late Night Garage, and we're having fun with that. We're going to keep that going, too. So, but we're going to do double trivia in the middle of November with Cats and doubleheader trivia with Cats and Nikki. So we look forward to everyone being a part of that. So I'm trying to think of anything. Oh, next week we have a person that did not win, but she ran for a campaign coming because of the elections coming up. Our special speaker is going to be a person that ran for election and lost, but she's going to keep running for elections. And so she'll be here next week. So I hope you guys can come. I won't have headlines that night. We'll just
Wait,
we'll just do.
You're three.
Huh?
You're 3 weeks too early. I haven't defeated her yet.
No, no, not her.
I'm just.
And by the way, Judge, once your campaign's over, we'll have you as a co-host again, right? When you can. We've been kind of respecting the time that you've had, but we can't. Cass and I can't wait to have you come once in a while and co-host because we love having you here too. So we just want to respect your busyness and stuff and make sure that we support you in any way you can. So those are some updates, guys. But I am so thankful we had this. Please go on Fridays afternoons to Herc Space if you can and check it out because Herc's doing a lot of good stuff on Friday, even probably Friday starting at like 4:20, right, Herc?
4:30, 4:20 is just a couple
Okay.
to get the room going with some energy, and it usually doesn't really start kicking till like around 5 or 6 because people work.
That makes sense. Yes, please come and check that out. And I support Herc in any way I can as well. And will always support him. He's a friend of mine. When I go to LA, I want to have lunch with him or something. So I just I just want to support all my friends. So even Nikki and everybody. Nikki does a space sometimes on Tuesday nights. So if you guys want to go join and check out his space, at least is it every Tuesday, Nikki, or just was that just random?
That was just random. I almost never do spaces.
Okay, you did one last night on Tuesday, so that was cool. But when Nikki does a space, join it because it's always good to hear from what he's got to say. So, and then
Who's the politician that's going to come in? That the female that you were talking about?
hold on, I have to look it up. I forgot her name because I haven't talked to her in a couple weeks, but she's been in our space before.
What did she run for?
She ran for a council position, but didn't get it out of Miami.
I got to jump off, Jason. So.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Nikki. Hold on, I'm getting it, Herc. Well, I think I am.
And I think
yeah, Ashley Alvarez is coming next week.
And I
She
assume
ran.
on a conservative platform.
She's a conservative, yes. She ran for office and didn't win, so she's gonna come in and talk about running for office because we wanted somebody that's actually been through it and hasn't won, but at least can talk about the whole process. So, thank you everyone for coming tonight, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future. Hopefully next week. Everyone have a good night. You have anything final thoughts to say, Kat, as we close out? You get the last word.
One word.
The last sentence, the last paragraph.
Good night, everyone. Thanks for being here. Love to see you. Everyone have a good rest of your week and hope to see you next time. Thank you.
Good night.